CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Signs of apparent celebration in Beirut and no reported violations shortly after the Israel-Hezbollah ceasefire takes effect. President Biden has announced
the fighting across the Lebanese-Israeli border will end. This is designed to be a permanent cessation of hostilities.
Biden says the U.S. helped broker the deal along with France and other allies. This does not apply to the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza, but CBS's Charlie D'Agata reports
there is an opportunity here because, quite frankly, the world is growing weary of that fight in Gaza and the tens of thousands of people killed there, the increasing humanitarian crisis. Now we will see that this one conflict has been put to the side. Maybe more focus will be on a sort of diplomatic solution to what's happening inside Gaza.
An effort is underway by the outgoing Biden administration to get weight loss drugs covered by Medicare and Medicaid. CBS's Alexander Tin.
The Biden administration proposed to, quote, reinterpret a law that had restricted coverage of the drugs. Of course, with less than 2 months to go until Inauguration Day, it will be left up to the incoming Trump administration to decide whether to actually finalize the proposal, which could cost taxpayers around $40 billion over the next decade.
One of the biggest retailers says tariffs that President-elect Donald Trump is promising could force it to raise prices. CBS's Matt Piper reports.
Best Buy CEO Corey Barry says personal electronics could become more expensive under the proposed tariffs. The warning came one day after Trump said he would impose a new round of tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China on his first day in office. Barry said on a Tuesday earnings call that there is very little in the consumer electronics space that is not imported. She did say that the hikes are not guaranteed and that any impact on Best Buy's costs and prices are contingent on how any new tariffs might be implemented.
The travel rush is on. WBBM's Nancy Hardy has checked out Chicago's O'Hare Airport.
Chicago Aviation Department spokeswoman Georgia Godfrey stands by the advice of arriving early. Don't leave your house 2 hours before the flight's supposed to take off, but be here at the airport so you can give yourself enough time.
Holidays are about bringing people together, and we've seen plenty of that. A large group wearing matching blue hoodies headed to Disney. Parents pushing strollers and roller bags. People hugging near the ticket counter. At O'Hare, Nancy Hardy for CBS News, Chicago. FlightAware.com reports over 4,000 delays within, into, or out of the U.S. today, with 75 cancellations. One of the FBI's most wanted fugitives is caught overseas after 20 years on the run. Daniel Andreas Sandiego has been arrested in Wales. He's charged with bombings at a biotechnology company and a nutritional products company in the San Francisco, California area by a group called Revolutionary Cells Animal Liberation Brigade. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? They're yours, and Progressive protects them both. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There's only one thing bigger than this college football rivalry, the cost to go to the game.
The Texas Longhorns face Texas A&M in College Station this Saturday. The game is a revival of one of college sports' most storied rivalries.
It's up. The Longhorns win it.
That was the last time the two teams played each other 12 years ago. So just like everything in Texas, this game is big. And the matchup is now the most expensive regular season game for a college football game or the NFL. The average price is $1,079 per ticket. The previous record was for when the Buccaneers visited the Patriots in 2021. They went for an average of $912. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
A ransomware attack that hit major software provider Blue Yonder last week has caused disruptions for a handful of companies over recent days, from Starbucks to UK grocery giant Morrison's. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Balanced, fair, thoughtful. Wave 105 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 2:06 p.m. and that is your time check brought to you by Wendy's. Wendy's has something new on their menu, the mushroom bacon cheeseburger. Try their deliciously indulgent sandwich made with juicy beef, crispy applewood smoked bacon, savory roasted mushrooms, Munster cheese, and a creamy garlic spread, all on soft toasted bun. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's.
Hey, what's going on, Guam? Dicey Dice here, and I'm inviting you to join me on Power 98 Monday to Friday from 10 a.m. all the way to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We are covering anything and everything from entertainment, headlines. We are doing sports, giveaways, and more. And don't forget, the show is all being brought to you by Riga Royal Laguna Guam Resort, McDonald's, I'm loving it. Shouts out going out to Vitali's Italian Restaurant, Wise Howell Animal Hospital, Lone Day Hotel, and Golf Espresso. Rolling with Dice in the middays, Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 o'clock on Power 98 FM.
Get ready for an exciting afternoon with me, Ed Suarez, on the Ed Suarez Live Show, Monday through Friday. Tune in for your daily dose of motivation, kickstart your drive, a self-care corner to nurture your soul, and stay tuned for the games and giveaways. The Ed Suarez Live Show is brought to you by Pure Swing Golf, FHQ Health Center, Burger King, Rotary Sushi, GTA, Blue Star, and Live House Guam. Tune in to Ed Suarez Live on Power 98.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Princess Media Group, Wave 105 FM and Power 98.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. This is Tess Reyes-Gurrier, Public Information Officer from Guam Department of Education. Tune in every Friday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Wave 105.1 FM as the Princess highlights the positive contribution of each student, teachers, and staff. Broadcasting every Friday, offering an interactive discussion and engagement with key stakeholders in the community. Once again, tune in every Friday.
Every Monday to Friday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. People from our website to Wave 105.com and watching us on YouTube, Wave 105.com. If you're watching to come along between 12 and 679-922, 1051 or 1052. You can also watch us on 679-922. 1051. Okay, so we're back to our team again. Pictures, reference, detail, and news are in here. Get together to that your website. We're online and download on us. So we are going to other things and pictures. GCA Refund Radio. Focus on just a few clicks. We're online with several Pacific blockchain to pick up every 2 days. Or to the level right in our website. Or any of our Pacific blockchains are by good to go. We're going there. October, we're going to reach out to people. The time is following the time, creating a family.
And that is the point of being a restaurant. A lot of people want to pick up pizza. Sometimes they use the bone of the narrow. I favored the rich side food rectangular. Sometimes really they want some density for breakfast order today as a tail of the common restaurant. Large explosion of new dresses at the front view and the first family. It's not exactly the thing that makes me see well with this color when you do have close nothing on a more plain front family. You can kind of see the triple food and the story no way. Hold it once again and go to many from friends and doing food because it's something that makes you want to family or the people that's not a lot of people do. So comfort and not 25 and 5 and nothing. And also the choices of all who have a youth running the Wednesday and Wednesday services even though it's very nice. It's a long way and broken one knows at the one at the time for a full consumer. Saturday, about a person days all the people continuing. Meaning the time, stuff, money, and new stuff, all these in the TV programs. And then you can do their thoughts at the first meeting in the Brightside.
Good to see you.
Well, right now, what I find is Thanksgiving Eve, right? November 22nd, 2019, remember, we're online, we're on SoundCloud, and we are also on our YouTube channel, the way 105.1 people join. And I'm talking already the start of Thanksgiving. And company wanted license with a whole lot of delicious food. And so, what else am I doing? I think a lot of businesses, companies, today, taking this opportunity to have those Thanksgiving company steaks. And some of you are even looking to go out with it later on. Administrative reasons. And I love innovation. So I appreciate you tuning in. Maybe you want to get those last minute turkeys, last minute pumpkin pie. We're into the store, and so glad to be able to join you on your journey as you pick up those last minute items. We've got a number of things on the table of content. We're reaching out to a couple people as well. So if you don't have anything, great for us. I may be able to grab all of these conversations and interviews like in the first 2 hours, or we just might get started, right? Because understanding people that everybody's schedule, especially the day before Thanksgiving, can get pretty hectic. So, I'm going to be here all the way from 6 p.m. anyway. So, we can't have these conversations, what I can do. Reach out to some people, we just want to listen. Now, let's see here. While we wait on, a couple of things are going on. Obviously, the combination of invading of land is something like the revolution that we're meeting with the people in like 12, and so maybe sometime so for me, yesterday, they really voted on it, and they agreed that they would move forward, and they would go forward to condemn those laws over the war of talking about it, like, it's always good to know, like a solid right now, not knowing that they saw already, voted to condemn those laws, or, voted to approve the resolution to do so. We're going to be moving forward. I don't know, we're doing a lot of things transparent. It took some notes. We'll get to them in a bit. But like I said, we've got 4 orders. So, we can eventually get there. Let's see here. But what I do got is, let's see, with the release from the Mexican Marianas on their Black Friday. And then remember people during their Black Friday at the local museum now, so I have some information there. They're going to open up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. They've got the Black Friday giveaway. They're looking at Friday, November 29th. And the PF is ready for you. Maybe even more announcing biggest Black Friday giveaway event in the last 24 featuring freebies and hundreds of prizes from sponsors and grand prize giveaway of a free run for tickets to Smith and Asia and Philippine Airlines, courtesy of Guam Travel. So the operators are known as Phoenix, Hafa Adai, and thrilled to announce it's highly anticipated Black Friday giveaway event scheduled for Friday, November 29th, from 10:30 to 6 a.m. at 3 p.m. If you're planning to promises to be the most exciting one, featuring the free one giveaway, exclusive deals, and a chance to win international travel. The day kicks off at 6 a.m. with the first of 3 Foot Locker gift card doorbusters. I think one of the people in the line at 6 a.m., 8 a.m., and 10 a.m. will receive a Foot Locker gift card with a total of $3,000 in Foot Locker gift cards to give away throughout the event. All you have to do is line up for a gift and can excluded from the promotion. Terms and conditions do apply. And then at 1 p.m., Santos can participate in the exciting Spin to Win digital wheel promotion. Customers who present a Black Friday graded mall receipt more than $10 or more can earn a chance to spin with opportunities including based on the purchase price. You've got $10 receipts that own 1 spin, $25 receipts, and 2 spins, and $50 upwards as a receipt will earn 3 spins. We'll get to that in just a bit, but we do have a funny like sales coming up, and I wanted to talk to him because he shot this video of basically one of the original band members of Fleetwood Mac, and it was a website, Home Maryland, and they started to build Brightside City. It's a documentary or a news story that formed last year, and interviewed the members talking about trying to use music as well to build that reveal. And so I just had a brief conversation with him to express, and he was mentioning that he would like to build about the music industry in Guam. So I just wanted to have a great conversation with him. Hafa Adai for me. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing with our audience that live story, news story that you shared with me from one of the original band members of Fleetwood Mac, and watching it and basically it's trying to just tell you and just have a conversation about where we are with our music industry and where we can, where you envision us to go moving forward.
whether you were at a wedding on Guam in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, maybe even the 80s, 9 out of 10 times you would know what time of the day or night it is based on what the band's playing.
Mm-hmm.
And so the welcome music and stuff like that usually more often than not might have the sound of trumpets and stuff like that, whereas later in the night it would be more R&B, a little bit earlier maybe cha-cha, and that was all part of really everything we did.
Yeah.
And so, proms had bands.
Yeah.
And then they moved into CDs and here we are now. But it's that, but it's also the type of music, because in the industry, with their ability now to locate, for example, what is the best-selling drum track, what's the best-selling guitar riff, et cetera, et cetera. They're able to do all that, so they narrow down the production. It doesn't come so much from the artist anymore. It really comes from those that are in charge. And so when you show up with something a little bit different, you had an audience, decades ago. If your audience today is just selling music, then you won't have an audience.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you opened up an album before, say your favorite artist, name any group, you'll find songs in there that would not be what they call released, meaning they're not going to be issued as singles. After a short while, some of those would also be your favorites, but they're not the type of songs that you hear once and go, hey, that's my favorite song. And none of that is exposed to anybody these days, because there's no album sales and there's nothing other than what is considered to be a big hit, maybe
Sure.
2 hits.
Sure, yeah.
Those songs are all based off of computer, programs.
Yeah.
And it's not the music, it's the form. Like there's rules right now that, you got to get to it within 15 seconds. So it's not that anybody's writing in 15 seconds. And a lot of artists today might think, this isn't what he's talking about. Believe me, you've got to get to it within 15 seconds or the label will dump it. And they'll say, try again. And so it's those kind of things. Maybe you don't have a label, but you know that in order to write a successful song today, there's no introduction. You just get to it within 15 seconds. If you're not singing the chorus in the first minute, nobody's paying attention. So because you have all that information, that's how you write your songs.
Yeah.
And because that's the audience, right? So the question is this: the chicken or the egg? Do we not have bands on Guam because the hotels and the restaurants, the bigger restaurants, are not going to pay for bands? Or do we not have bands on Guam because we don't have bands? And therefore, because we don't have bands, the hotels don't have bands, so we don't see them. That's a big challenge. Which one is it? I think it's a lot of both.
Yeah, no, very interesting, right? Because, we are starting to see, I'm wondering if it's even like cost, right? Because with proms, they're like, well, we can only afford a DJ and whatnot, right?
Right, and I'll tell you, Paul, it's a very good point. But while I haven't gone to many proms lately, I can assure you that whether Mount Carmel, Aggie Junior High, or when we grew up, I went to GW, no way in heck did we or anybody spend the kind of money that they spend today.
Yeah.
But if you were to look at what they offer, it's a whole bunch of things that, you just, you would expect that.
Yeah.
And in today. And so they choose to spend that money, a lot more money available ever than we've ever had on Guam, and quite frankly, more with families than they've ever had. I mean, it's just a much higher quality of life if you're going to measure it by available money. It's there. It's just that they choose not to, or it's possible there aren't any bands to hire. Because if I were to list the names of the bands, like, wow, back in the day, I remember even in junior high, when someone would say, like in the South, and let's say the middle to late 70s, someone is having a small party, and they go, but Freeze is playing. People would say, Freeze is playing at your party. It's just a party. And someone would say, yeah, everybody would go.
Yeah.
Because they want to hear the band.
Yeah.
And the same before that with all the bands. And, with Mon Carmel, especially in Agate, I mean, there's not enough time to go over all the bands that would have come out of Agate. And those that were playing at that age between junior high and high school and maybe just a little bit older. And the same with Santa Rita. Of course, it's not limited to those two villages, but back then, you had to be deaf and blind not to see and know all the bands that were coming out of those villages and how normal it was. How everybody expected that. I think that was going to continue, and for a long time it did. All those band members went into different groups that were kind of playing a higher quality, higher level of sound. The Casuals are probably the most notable example. You would ask each of them, well, which groups did you guys come from? Then you start to hear the names of what might seem like older groups to me. I'm born in the 60s, kind of a product of the 70s, but to those from the two villages, those would still be new groups. They go way back. And so if you're talking, for example, the Choppers Brothers or Johnny Sablon and some of the pioneers, I would say, like those individuals, you're still talking about entertainment and music, live music available for the island. And now that we have a tourism industry and to some extent maybe a military industry, very compatible, with live music. Why they're not there? Like I said, I haven't. When you hear of Hollywood, we have a shortage of skilled labor.
Yes.
And so, the market's very clear. Hey, we have openings. We don't have people. I don't hear that with bands. I don't see any hotels saying, gosh, is there anybody out there that can play 4 sets? And I haven't seen those ads. So I think it's probably unlikely that the hotel people know how profitable it can be. But someone was making money in the 60s and 70s. I think in the early to mid 70s, the best gig would have been for bands, probably the Top of the Reef. But there were others. And I remember one of the best bands, soon to be quote unquote best bands, was the JFK band. And at night, by night, they were breezing. They were called breezing. They were at I forget the name of the actual place where they played, but it was above what we called Z's back then, Century 21.
Okay, I've heard of it, yeah.
And so they weren't yet good enough to play Tumon, but they had that, and of course they ended up being absolutely one of the best. And the individual members ended up, very famous and things like that. But that was the path. The same as the Casuals. They didn't start at that level. They worked their way up. But from one band to another, and along the way, there was just so much music available, even for those that didn't play music. But of course, for those that did, I've used this one example, Paulie, since maybe for the last 20 years when I'm explaining, because when you've seen it, you feel the loss. If you've never experienced it, you really don't feel the loss. And so I explain to people that probably from 4th to 5th grade, I had a band that practiced out of my house. I was very fortunate to have talented people in Santa Rita in my age and a tiny bit older than me. And then we had a band. We probably had that band many, many years, all the way through my high school years. We never, ever had a name because we weren't good enough. But we played every Friday night, through every Saturday night. We went through the whole experience of growing up in bands, but on Guam, we weren't good enough. And because the bands that were really good that were out there, and I had other bands in Santa Rita that were like that, but they really didn't have a name yet, because it's only when you get to like the compadres level that you say, okay, our name is the compadres, and you have the Escos, the young Escos, and others, for example, from Agate. And you go on and on and on. When you get to a certain level, when you have a name, you kind of are telling the island, hey, we're pretty good. Yeah, we were never that good. But we went through that whole experience. And that's, you may remember, may not remember, I take it back, but others will remember comments at times from the Guam legislature recognizing whether we should be supporting certain sports. And I won't say understandably, I'll just say, without doubt, there were senators that said, well, how are we going to do in this sport? How are we going to do in that sport? And that's kind of how a lot of people evaluated whether we should have the sport. And others were saying, no. It doesn't matter whether Guam will ever win a soccer championship or a basketball championship or anything like that. It's basketball itself that is the point. It's the team. It's the community involvement. and it's the health and the, and it's all that, and that goes for baseball and everything like that. Well, of course, later on in the 70s, we win 2 back-to-back gold medals in the basketball, in SPG. We all know how well our baseball teams have done and all that. That's nice, but that can't be the reason that we have basketball and baseball. The reason we have basketball and baseball are for those 4 to 6 o'clock, daily practices with the team. And anybody that's been involved in that, I think when they look back, they're not going to remember as much fun with their championship if they ever won one. They're going to remember those Wednesday nights on the court or those Saturday afternoons and so on the field. And it's the same in music. It's like, well, you never made it to the top. It's like, well, yeah, I know that's like a tiny portion for some people that are going for it, but most are not. But they still have all that enjoyment in music. And it's not about whether, you made the top 40 or not. It's whether or not you play or whether or not you're connected to people that do. So many of our families on Guam that have, like, quote-unquote, a famous musician in the family, yeah, it shaped their lives. I mean, I've said this many times, but with the hope I'm not boring those that have heard it before, if you take the late, great Bill Muña as an example, the role that music had in his family goes way beyond the fact that he was playing the trumpet and he was the front man on stage for decades. It goes way beyond that because his whole family, I wouldn't say they revolved around that, but they were a fundamental part of it. And so, yeah, you can ask members of his family whether they play or not. They went through that, and that's pretty cool. In my family, the same thing. I have people very, very close to me that didn't play, but they were there, and so they enjoyed it. Probably, maybe close, not exactly the same, I think, because I was actually playing, but they really enjoyed themselves, and it's a time and an event. It's kind of like being a coach in basketball or being a manager for a football team or being a parent. You really do enjoy those activities almost as much as your kid or your brother playing. It's not just the players; it's the whole activity. That's what we've lost, and we can do the bling game, but that's not going to it's not going to restore the bands. What's going to restore the bands is a plan to restore bands and that music, and that's what we have. That's what we're doing at Mount Carmel, and that's what I'm trying to encourage as much as we possibly can on Guam. I think we can do it alone. I know that sounds
because you're
like a lofty goal. I think we can.
It's
because it's the type of thing that it will spread.
Yeah.
And it just takes people that are going to say, no, we're going to do this, and it's the type of thing that will spread. And I think that more than anything, probably the reason, of course, it's very enjoyable. The reason is if you were around in the 60s and 70s and trying to form a band, I was very fortunate because my parents could afford, and they got me a drum set. You don't find that in many blocks in the village. So whoever has the drum set, guess what? They become the drummer. And it's not today. Today, you can actually get a drum set cheaper than my parents bought for me in maybe 1973. They probably got it for me Christmas 72, 73. And the price they paid for the drums, you can get a Ludwig set today for the same or about the same. Some sets you can get cheaper. You can do the same, maybe not with guitars, but with other very important parts of the band, like the amplifiers. There were tube amplifiers back then. Now they're solid state and you transistor almost, and they're loud. And I don't think anybody's looking to do any recording off of them, but for jamming at the house and playing at night. So you got to ask yourself, well, what are teenagers and people of that age, or even older people, doing on Friday and Saturday nights? Well, if they're tied up with their cell phone, then I think it's something that has a place. They're all doing something else, and many people are, as the expression goes, God bless them. But for the other 90% that aren't doing anything, it's an amazing part of life that they're really missing really without doubt. I mean, your family obviously connected to Johnny Sablan and working their way down to joining Sablan Suba. You know what I mean when I say that. Yeah, you just can't have somebody involved in the music and it doesn't have an effect on the family. The rest of the family won't notice it. Of course they're going to, and especially when they're deep in it. You know, when they're a part of a band and they're performing and things like that. Of course, the whole family's part of it. No different than they would be, you know, if their son was or their dad was playing basketball or softball.
Yeah,
it's very, very similar.
Especially,
very beneficial.
Especially with the holiday season, the jam sessions at the Christmas parties, just the family parties. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, you know, back in the 60s and the 70s, they had battles of band, and that alone would be enough to draw people to an event. But today it's very, very different, and it's missing, and it's something that can come back. I think with great effort, but it can happen. So a lot of things that we're just not going to be able to restore. But music, that can come back, and it just really takes people that are willing to say, you know, okay, we're gonna do this, and having enough knowledge of maybe the past, but definitely of music to say, okay, this is what's going to work. I think we're fairly successful with the former Phoenix Stage Band. We had the Phoenix Stars. We're very, very young. And with both of them, you know, many people said, no, it can never be done. And I think we showed it could be done. But I'll tell you, more important than that is I think those guys had a lot of fun. And it's stuff that experiences, memories, and moments that will remain with them because they went through, you know, that enjoyment. One time, well, more than one time, I think for at least a few years before the pandemic, we were doing our battle of the bands at Mount Carmel. We were averaging about 23, 24 bands. We had 25 one year, maybe 23 the other year, and 24. We had it going for like 3 years before the pandemic hit. And all those students from 4th grade all the way through 8th grade, every 5 students were required to be in a band. So there was no such thing as, you know, I don't play and nobody on the bench, like unfortunately has to happen in sports. Nobody on the bench. Every 5 students constituted a band. And so you were in the band. It wasn't, what do you think you're going to play? It's what are you playing? And you practice, and those guys, they gave, you know, their heart. And when they were on stage, you know, I really believe if you're playing basketball in the last 5 seconds, you shoot from like 30 feet out and you make it to win, your high is just as enjoyable as it is for Michael Jordan. No more, no less. The same in music. Those students that won, and even those students that just played under the lights on stage with, you know, huge amps, and they're looking like, oh my God, am I here? And their parents are out there. You know, there's between 500 and 800 people watching. Whether they won or not, there's really not a major part of the equation. But for those that did, it was just an amazing, you know, journey that they went through. I don't think those students will ever forget that. And it's hard to replace that, you know.
Yeah.
It's not easy to say it's better than everything else. It's like, you know, sports and everything. Everything has its place. But when something is completely void, when you don't see any more basketball, if you don't see any more barbecues, if you don't see whatever would be missing, it would jump out and we'd say, hey, how come we don't have this anymore? And then that's the question, okay, now that we know, can we accept that we don't? What are you guys going to do about it? And that's kind of where we are today.
Yeah, I think you're right. As a kid, and I know they've been doing it even before my time, but you could just drive East of Ganya and you'll hear music almost at every other pavilion because bands were plugged in at these pavilions on East of Ganya. Into Anigua, all the way to Adelup even. They would use Adelup sometimes as a place to play music.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, I've mentioned to people that, in fact, a lot of those groups got a bad rap because the way sound travels.
Yeah.
In the vicinity, you hear one part of the vocals high and the snare drum, and they don't sound very good, but actually, a lot of those guys are really good.
Yeah.
And again, while that's a factor, it really is not the most important part.
Right.
The most important part is you and I are driving by, and those guys are jamming. And so, would you rather be driving by or playing on the beach? And I'll tell you, playing at the beach wins every time. If you know, if you don't know, most times you don't know what you're missing. But yeah, you learn, and it doesn't take much. I mean, the beauty of music is you can be a bass player and probably learn enough to play 5 or 10 songs in 30 days. And that's very hard to do in sports and in the professions and anything else. Now, that's just going to be simple bass. I'm not saying that you're going to be very good, but you're playing, and you're gonna enjoy it. And I think you're going to realize, wow, this is pretty cool. And of course, it's realizing it's a little bit like basketball, where everybody's shooting 3-pointers today, and for a lot of people growing up, that may not be as fun, and for a lot of the older people, it may not be as exciting. But while it's different, it's still fun.
Yeah.
But if they learn how to play the close game, and they learn how to play, and they learn how to do layups and pass and do stuff like that, it'll actually be more fun. So they will tend to be drawn towards more challenging music, and so that means that you have to listen to a lot of the older music, because that's where those instruments are. And so if you want to be a noticeable bass player, you have to find songs where the bass is noticeable, where it's of consequence, right? And likely you're gonna go back in time for that. And that's just way back in the day, as they say back in the day, if you had artists that were really top of their game, they're very, very young, most people would think that they're going to end up playing jazz. They may not, and probably don't and will not play jazz for a career, but it's more challenging. So they would, you ask, why'd you climb that mountain? Because it's there. And that's jazz. Yeah. And so I'm not a big jazz guy myself, but I respect everybody that plays jazz, and I enjoy trying because it is challenging. And once you've played, whatever you're playing, the drums, the guitar, anything, and someone says, can you play 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover by Steve Gadd on the drums? Like, whoa, that's 3 steps up. And you know what you do at your house? You start practicing that because it's there.
Yeah.
And yeah, absolutely. That's just human nature. But music, I think, is a little bit different. It reaches deep down inside of you. And there's a lot of things that we share with other animals on Earth. But there's some things that we don't. And music is one of them. You're not going to see, any of the fishes organized and playing music or nobody. Only humans.
Yeah.
It's a special gift that we have that we want to use. And don't get me wrong, I've watched so many solo performers, and I've watched those that don't even perform, but they're just so good at their instrument. And that's very important. But the goal here is it's kind of like the team thing. And so we want our students to be part of bands. And the better you are at your instrument, likely the better your band's going to be and better the experience. But still, it comes back to forming bands and with the relative cost of a lot of the instruments today, they're much, much more affordable. There's even less barrier, financially for people to get together to do that. Last but not least is, if you listen to some of the Beatles interviews from even I guess they're referring to the early 60s, maybe the very, very late 50s, they talk about an experience where they heard that somebody across Liverpool, because they're from Liverpool, knew how to play, I believe it was the B minor 7, either B minor, B minor 7. So they traveled across Liverpool to learn the B minor 7. Well, growing up in the 60s and 70s, I understand that, because for whatever reason, there was nobody that was just going to sit there for an hour and say, anybody want to learn any more chords? It didn't work that way. You have to struggle to learn. You have to, ask somebody, as a favor, hey, can you show me this? And that's the way it was. It was like that for a long time. Well, now you just have to go on your computer or TV, and you've got all the lessons you could dream of. I mean, there's everything that you could get, short of Berkeley, Berkeley College of Music. I mean, even Berkeley's on there. But you can come up with any song, and you'll find it. And some will give you the chords. They're not always correct, but the more you play, the better you become. And pretty soon you'll say, that guy's not right on that third chord. Or you listen to 10 other lessons, and you pick the best of both. And at the end, you're playing, for example, your guitar different than the 10 guys that were teaching you, because you've picked the best, you think, right, of them. All of that is available now on TV, so to speak, on the computer, and with the young people on their cell phones. They can get the chords to any song probably in 25 seconds. And imagine anybody growing up in the 60s, 70s, 80s having that available, where you have every chord to every song. I mean, it's amazing. And that is one advantage that everybody has today that really makes music easy, really makes it easy. That would be, I would say, the last element. Not the cost, the availability of the information really benefits musicians as much as anybody else in society.
Wow. There's so much more that I want to ask you, but unfortunately I overbooked the show. But I want to reach out. I want to reach out to you possibly either next week or the following. I know the holiday season gets busy, but I wanted to have a conversation with you on AI, because people are starting to use that to put together, songs and whatnot. So I kind of want to have a more in-depth conversation on that. But I'll reach out to you, Attorney Mike. I appreciate this conversation, yeah?
Anytime.
All right.
I appreciate the coverage, too, and the topics that you're going to really appreciate it.
Absolutely. We got to get you in here, too, so we can really focus in on the combos, yeah? Okay, Attorney Mike, I appreciate this. Adios. Happy Thanksgiving.
Okay, you too.
Yeah.
Happy Thanksgiving.
All right. Adios. All right, 2:47 in the afternoon. We're going to take this quick break, and then on the other side, I'm going to be reaching out to Mr. John De La Rosa of the Guam Community College, because also another very important conversation is education, and GCC is providing it for free. So the details coming up real soon right here on Wave 105.
Lawyers for conspiracy theorist Alex Jones were back in a Houston bankruptcy court trying to stop the sale of his InfoWars to the satirical news outlet The Onion.
Bankruptcy Judge Christopher Lopez saying he won't approve or reject the sale of InfoWars to The Onion until an evidentiary hearing in December. He wants to find out why the trustee approved The Onion's bid over that of a company affiliated with Alex Jones. A lawyer for the Sandy Hook victims' families argued Jones is delaying the sale, buying time to direct his followers to his new platform. Jones owes the Sandy Hook victims' families roughly $1.5 billion in defamation judgments due to his decade of lies about the school massacre being a hoax. Chris Fox, for CBS News, Austin.
A federal judge is allowing an alleged transgender member of the San Jose State's women's volleyball team to play in a conference tournament. 9 players had sued the Mountain West Conference, arguing the athlete, who has not commented on her gender identity, poses a safety risk. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Something magical happens when you unbox the best of British TV with BritBox. Stream acclaimed series starring Olivia Colman, Idris Elba, Sophie Turner, Matthew McFadden, and more of Britain's brightest talent. See what's inside, discover something remarkable, and uncover what perhaps you were looking for all along. Unbox BritBox and stream the best of British TV. Start your free trial at BritBox.com.
Square, a leading platform for businesses, announced the winners of its global awards program, Square 50. This year's honorees include Michelin Guide restaurant Head 11 in San Francisco, Pure Green franchise, a national smoothie chain, Italian eatery Gnocchi on 9th in New York City, and Rejuve Aesthetics and Wellness in Miami. From innovation to community impact, these businesses are making a difference. For the full list of Square 50 winners, visit square.com.
I'm a young federal employee. I've never had health insurance before, but I'm thinking I should, just in case. It's federal open season, and I'm researching Take Care's HDHP option. The The payroll deduction is really low. I get money in a health savings account to use, and it puts me in control of my health care. I'm choosing TakeCare's HGHP option during the federal open season. You should too. Go to TakeCareAsia.com to learn more.
Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Munning northbound if you're heading to the intersection that leads to Route 30. Slow traffic on Route 10A into Munning if you're coming from the intersection on Route 1 heading to the intersection in front of the Guam airport. Slow traffic on Route 2 in Hoggat north and southbound if you're heading to the intersection that leads to Route 12. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Jigo northbound if you're passing the McDonald's restaurant, heading to the intersection that leads to Route 29. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. From Wednesday, November 27th to Friday, November 29th, between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m., motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14, Challenge San Antonio into Munning. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside.
Welcome back at the Brightside right here on Wave 105. My name is Paulie Suba, 2:52 in the afternoon. We're going to be getting, I believe, the president of Guam Community College. She'll be calling in, Dr. Mary Okada, to share with us the initiative at the Guam Community College, basically providing free college, once again offering free college. The release states that free college is available to qualified students for the spring 2025 semester, which starts on January 8th of next year. To be eligible for free college, students are required to major in one of the designated associate degree programs or in 2 construction certificate programs. So there is a number of things that you need to check a couple boxes in order to qualify, but we're just going to have a conversation now with Dr. Mary Okada, the president of Guam Community College, on this free college initiative and its impact. Hafa Adai, Dr. Mary.
Hafa Adai, Polly, how are you?
I'm
Happy
well.
Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. Thank you so much. I apologize. I overbooked. I thought I could squeeze in attorney Mike Phillips and then you right at 2:30, but we're talking about music and trying to reestablish that the golden years of bands here in Guam, and so I apologize that I didn't get to you sooner.
No worries.
But
no worries.
Just as important, free college. And so I didn't realize that you've done this before. I thought this was a launch, but apparently this is a relaunch?
Actually, so during the fall semester, and it kind of rolled out quite late, primarily because we were trying to calculate how much it would cost, whether or not there was going to be interest, which programs to do. So towards the beginning of the fall semester, so close to it though, we decided to roll out an opportunity for free college. And primarily it is in 4 particular areas: accounting, IT, construction, and education. And if you take a look at where the jobs are right now, it is in primarily these 4 areas. And although we recognize that there are some other areas that, there are jobs available, we also had to take into consideration the capacity and whether or not we had waiting lists for them. So we rolled it out, but like I said, right before the fall semester. We currently have about 27. I believe we just added 2, so we have about 29 students now that are enrolled in the Free College Initiative. We do have slots identified right now for 80, so 20 in each of those respective areas. And it's primarily, the requirement is that folks fill out the financial aid form. That's a requirement. But then we make a determination as to whether or not they would receive full financial aid, or if they got partial financial aid, and that the Free College Initiative was just going to support the variance or the difference. So because of that, we do have some students that are receiving partial financial aid that we're able to assist. They do have a commitment that they have to finish within the 2-year period. If they withdraw from the program, they'll have to pay it back. But this really is to, one of the things is what can the college do to help support increasing our enrollment? And one of the thoughts was, if we offered certain programs for free, would we get, the interest? And so we're starting to see the interest increase, and we're hoping to continue this program as we're able to secure, additional funding. It's fully supported by the GCC Board of Trustees. And so, and of course, we're, doing this to help support the workforce that is needed, on our island.
Oh, absolutely. You said that you've got about 29 students for the spring semester, right?
No, we have 29 right now in the
fall.
fall.
For right now, okay.
And but we have total slots for 80. So we're looking for applicants to fill the remaining slots that we do have. We're looking at, like I said, 20 for each of those respective areas that I identified. Right now, we're not seeing interest in, greater interest in one or the other. So there's, we're not at the point where we may need to consider readjusting or anything like that. But we're hoping that this rollout or continued rollout for the spring semester will help identify individuals. One of the things we did notice is that from the list of students that did apply, students, just by having to fill out the financial aid form, didn't realize that they could have been coming to college on free financial aid had they applied earlier.
Yeah.
So it's also an awareness for individuals that, never knew that they can go to college. And because they've been updating the financial aid forms through U.S. Department of Education, we've been providing a lot of information to parents and to students to help them guide through that process. That kind of dovetailed into, encouraging more folks to fill out the FAFSA form.
Nice. And yeah, I know we want to do our part. Media wants to do our part to get the message out, because we recognize, it's not just us, I believe a number of media outlets recognize that there are so many in our community that are underserved, and any opportunity that can be of value to them and their family, we want to share that. And this is just a very exciting venture, exciting initiative. You recognize, Guam Community College recognizes that we have a number of people that are underserved in our community, but then also we need to fill the gaps in our workforce. And so these two can address both of that.
Yeah, and I don't know if you remember, but several years ago, and I think the college is right now starting to weigh in more heavily on it, is several years ago, this is way back when they had the initial discussions at Simon Sanchez, I proposed a early middle college concept. And so we've not really let that whole idea go yet. This is at the post-secondary level, but GCC's interest is also trying to encourage and expand to early college, so the individuals that are currently in high school and also have an opportunity to receive an associate's degree at the time they graduate from high school. So to me, that's another form of free college. We're still working through the logistics of it, but I think eventually that's going to be it's going to be an attractive way to encourage students while they are in high school to consider post-secondary education and get the certifications and degree a lot sooner.
Oh, absolutely. We're KGUM-FM in Hagåtña, Guam. I noticed also there are a number of initiatives that you guys are pushing out. You've got the adult education program. There's a 2-day open house as well, and again, meeting the needs, right? Are you seeing that more and more people outside of high school are needing programs such as the adult program that is available at Guam Community College?
So the adult high school program we've had for several years, it's federally funded, and it supports those that have dropped out of high school. There is a lot, based on the latest census, there is a large population of of individuals that are, greater than age 25 that don't have a high school diploma. So that continues to be a focus. But on top of that, when the college received the Youth Build grant in our application identifies individuals that are without a high school diploma or a GED, marries up that program with construction, and these individuals become part of their program or their project is to build affordable housing or to do renovations for low-cost housing. So that's another, the Youth Build program is another way to take high school, those that don't have a high school diploma or a GED into the construction field. And it's all covered for by the Youth Build grant. So just trying to create different opportunities and different avenues for individuals to get training, for them to get jobs that are available, and hoping, because this is our first year of the grant, that as it continues to become available for us, that we expand into other programs. But we identified low-cost housing as the project for the first grant opportunity that we recently received.
Understood. And with the holidays coming up as well, I see that you even have a bazaar as well for this weekend, Black Friday, and then into Saturday.
Yeah, so it'll be on Friday and Saturday. The goal is to help increase the amount that is available for student scholarships. We did receive a scholarship from an individual or a group of individuals several years ago, and as the college increases the amount of available funding for scholarships, there's an opportunity for them to increase their contribution based on what we've been able to raise. And so we're hoping that their initial $1,000 is now $2,000. Our $2,000 can become $4,000. So we're hoping to expand that pool by, doing some fundraising activities to help support student scholarships.
Wow, yeah, and so it's Guam, but I really just want to emphasize on community. You're building community already with a number of these initiatives that we just briefly talked about, and enhancing our community through Guam Community College.
Absolutely. As the community starts to get certification and advanced degrees, it helps to support economic development. And in some instances where the college has actually started to support other types of industries like ship repair, it also helps for diversification of our economy. And, there's just so many opportunities that are out there that the college will continue to explore, so that residents of Guam can stay here for one, and be able to, raise their families or support their families while they are here.
Absolutely. A lot of very good information on a number of initiatives, whether it's free college, the adult education program, and information on the open houses are available on your social media platforms as well as the bazaar. But then people can continue to go to guamcc.edu even /MyGCC and see all these initiatives, all of these programs that are available to individuals here in Guam and can advance their education at Guam Community College. President, did I miss anything? I want to make sure we touch all these bases, and there are definitely more than 3 of them on this baseball field.
Not a problem.
Yeah.
So that's what we have today.
Yeah.
I would say every month, every semester, there's going to be, different opportunities for us to engage with the community. So we will, of course, continue to update you on the, different initiatives. I will say in early 2025, the college will be going through its peer review accreditation process. The team will be on campus shortly after Island Heritage Day, former Discovery Day. So we will have a team of individuals that will come to validate the continued improvements or quality improvements for the Guam Community College. So we're looking forward to that in the first quarter of the new year.
Thank you so much for the time, President Dr. Mary Okada of Guam Community College. And once again, happy Thanksgiving to you and your family and to your entire faculty and your students over at GCC.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving.
Masi, adios. All right, 3:06 in the afternoon. Again, on Facebook, you can go to Guam Community College. That is their Facebook account, and you can, again, you can see the flyers and the information on upcoming events like the Guam Community Christmas Bazaar, and then also on Instagram. That's really where I get my information, either through Trina, through Trina over at Guam Community College, or I get it over at their Instagram, GCC. On Instagram is where I get a lot of that information. It's let me see here. Wait a minute, because I want to make sure. All of a sudden, there's a number of different Instagram. There it is. It's Guam Community College or Guam CC, and you'll get all of that information as well on their campus updates, their Christmas Bazaar, and a number of others at Guam CC. All right, we got to take that other break, right?
Yes.
For your CBS News right here on Wave 105. What's wrong?
I just wanted to say, too, that a listener called. His name is Austin. He just wanted to wish us Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh.
Yeah.
Austin, Happy Thanksgiving to you. Thanks for that. All right, we'll take the break. We're KGUM-FM in Hagåtña, Guam.
KGUM-FM, Hagåtña, Guam. The sound of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. A full and permanent ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon is now in effect. CBS's Deborah Pata in East Jerusalem reports.
In the final hours, Israel striking across Lebanon. And in northern Israel, sirens sounded as Hezbollah launched multiple rocket attacks. Most were intercepted.
Israel has 60 days to complete a gradual withdrawal from Lebanon. Hezbollah must move forces and weapons 20 miles back from the Israeli border. President-elect Donald Trump's pick for borders are towards the U.S. southern border in Texas. CBS's Omar Villafranca reports Tom Homan plans to hit the ground running when he assumes his new position.
Day one, he wants things working to where the deportation plans start. He told the group here, which was DPS troopers and also state National Guards, that game on, and that day one there will be a mass deportation.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott joined Homan along the border today. After a delay, President-elect Donald Trump's transition team has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Biden White House on preparations for Trump to take office on January 20th. With millions of Americans flying this week to holiday destinations, CBS's Chris Van Cleve with a behind-the-scenes look at how an airplane moves so many people.
Before dawn, Captain Ed Evans wakes up Southwest Plane 8921. Over the next nearly 19 hours, it'll take us almost 4,000 miles from Baltimore to Denver to Long Beach then on to Reno, Las Vegas, Sacramento, and back to Sin City.
The life and the day of an airplane can start on the West Coast and end on the East Coast or vice versa.
Do you feel some extra pressure this time of year?
We're ready to go. I think we're in great shape, and we're looking forward to the holiday travel season.
For the second straight day, Drake has taken legal action against Universal Music Group, this time in Texas, over Kendrick Lamar's diss track, Not Like Us. CBS's Matt Piper.
Drake's new filing alleges Universal Music Group, which is the parent company for both he and Kendrick Lamar, engaged in pay-to-play to get Lamar's diss track, Not Like Us, played on the radio.
Hey, Drake, I hear you like I'm young. You better not ever go to Cell Block 1.
Drake says since he's called a predator and certified pedophile, he could sue Universal for defamation. The new filing is in Texas, where iHeartMedia is based. Drake filed a similar suit Monday in New York.
Around, certified lover boy, certified.
Matt Piper, CBS News.
Traffic citations issued to Miami Dolphins star wide receiver Tyreek Hill after a September altercation with police outside Hard Rock Stadium have been dismissed. The charging officers did not attend a court hearing. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
U.S. retailers will be keeping a close eye on tariffs. CBS's Jim Krasula has more.
Walmart, the nation's biggest retailer, says it will do all it can to hold down prices if President-elect Donald Trump follows through on threats to significantly increase tariffs on products imported into the U.S. from Canada, Mexico, and China.
Well, just any environment. We've been in an environment with tariffs now for the last 7 years. Our purpose is to try to keep prices low, to help people save money.
Walmart CEO John Furner spoke on CBS Mornings. Jim Krasula, CBS News.
President Biden's administration will loan $6.6 billion to electric vehicle maker Rivian to build a Georgia factory. The announcement comes less than 2 months before Donald Trump becomes president again. It's unclear whether the Biden administration can complete the loan less than 2 months before Trump takes office, or whether the Trump administration might try to claw back that money. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
That'll get you thinking. Wave 105 FM.
One pill can kill.
Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl equivalent to a few grains of salt to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe, one pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Bruce's Media Group, Wave 105 FM and Power 98.
Good afternoon. It is 3:15 p.m. and that is your time check brought to you by Wendy's. Wendy's has something new on their menu, the mushroom and bacon cheeseburger. Try their deliciously indulgent sandwich made with juicy beef, crispy applewood smoked bacon, savory roasted mushrooms, Munster cheese, and a creamy garlic spread, all on soft toasted bun. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's.
You work all day. Nights are for relaxing. Tune in Monday through Thursday for Light Nights here on Wave 105 FM. Designed to help you chill and forget about the stresses of your day. The wave doesn't stop, but it sure can slow down. It's Light Nights, Monday through Thursday nights till midnight only here on the Sound of Guam. Wave 105 FM.
The Brightside is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. GTA, we start with you. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Craving Italian? Swing by Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Dive into our super pizza. Enjoy creamy spaghetti carbonara or savor the rich fettuccine Alfredo. Open daily for lunch and dinner. Taste the best of Italy today at Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside. Heavy traffic on Route 16 if you're coming from the overpass heading to the intersection near the Harmon McDonald's restaurant. Heavy traffic on Route 1 into Winning southbound if you're heading to the intersection that leads to Route 30. Heavy traffic on Route 14 if you're heading to the intersection on Route 1 near the ITC building. Slow traffic on Route 10A into Winning if you're coming from the intersection on Route 1, heading to the intersection in front of the Guam Airport. And now for your traffic advisory for the week from Wednesday, November 27th to Friday, November 29th between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14, Challenge San Antonio into Manning. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Guam is where I'm from. Kingdom of our people. G-U-A-M, island in the sun. From Chico to Molestes, this land is all that we know. I said this land is all that we know.
Welcome back to the Brightside right here on Wave 105. My name is Paulie Suba, 671-922-1051. Happy Thanksgiving. I know we're going to be with our families tomorrow, so definitely want to take this opportunity to continue to thank our listeners for being with us. It's almost been a year. I think, I know that they were setting up this radio station. It has already been over a year, and it's such a ambitious endeavor to start anything up right? And so I am very grateful, very thankful to the Fongs for taking a chance on talk radio, taking a chance just being in the radio industry, and providing an opportunity for myself and some of our other radio personalities, Patty, and then our producers, also on our sister station as well, and then another opportunity for our community, for our listeners, right, to gain perspectives, gain information, so very grateful on so many levels that I can be here and be part of it. And it's all really, thanks to our listeners, thanks to our sponsors for investing in this radio station and investing in Glimpses Media. So again, I can't say this enough. I am extremely grateful. I ain't got no worries. I got no complaints. To be honest with you, when in the grand scheme of things, I really honestly feel that way. I have no complaints. I am beyond blessed. 3:21 in the afternoon. It was a blessing to be able to watch. Obviously, I watched online the promotion of 37 police officers to Police Officer 2 yesterday. There was a promotion ceremony that was held yesterday, and it was online. It was on Facebook through the governor's Facebook account, so I was able to watch it, see some very familiar faces. The Chief of Police, Stephen Ignacio, again, congratulating the dedication and hard work and commitment of these 37 officers who have earned their promotions to the rank of Police Officer 2. He had said these promotions are not just titles, they represent years of patience, qualifications, and consistent dedication to the police department, to this island, to the people of Guam, and each advancement is well-deserved and is a testament to the caliber of the individuals who wear the badge. He mentioned that some of them have waited for decades, and that's very true. He said, Chief Stephen Ignacio said, they've made significant strides in recruitment, welcoming new graduates who have strengthened their ranks. The investments in modern equipment and security programs have empowered GPD to solidify leadership and experience at every level, from officers to sergeants to captains and majors. And then he mentioned that thanks to their patience and perseverance, again, waiting for sometimes decades for this moment to be promoted to Officer 2. He said that their commitment has not gone unnoticed, saying that they are the backbone and the future of this department. As they step into their new roles, remember that with the advancement comes great responsibility, like Spider-Man. We are confident, he said, he is confident that they will meet these challenges with honor and integrity. I want to shout out also Mr. Officer, now Officer 2, John Connor, who I've known for a while now. He's such a great guy. His family is amazing. He's got a beautiful family. He was trying very hard to get into the police department, and he waited long just to get in. And so when I watched the promotion and seeing that he is being promoted to Officer 2, I was like, heck yeah, this guy deserves it. They all deserve it, to be honest with you, right? But wanted to shout him out because I know him very well. He's just such a genuine guy. Couldn't be more proud to see somebody at his caliber advancing in the police department. And he's fairly new, I think. And when Chief Stephen Ignacio was talking about perseverance, and some of them have waited for decades. Some of them have waited for decades to get into the police force. And so I was very excited and proud to see him getting promoted. Somebody's putting, why would they wait for decades? Because of the budget, because of they have to, from my understanding, I don't know for sure, but from my understanding, promotions and salaries, they have to increase the budget. And so some, and then not only that, but you have to meet those requirements. And so they only have enough spots to advance, right? But understanding, just from following along the past 4 or 5 years, under the leadership of Chief Stephen Ignacio, he has shared that, people are leaving the force. There are gaps in the police force. And so as police officers retire, they need to move people up. But also that comes with funding. So they need the proper funding. And so, that's through the legislature. That's the administration needs to understand it too, needs to be on board with it. It needs to be a priority. And that's what Governor Lulian Guerrero said as well at this promotion, that the administration, her administration, says that public safety is a priority, and they wanted to push not just the promotions forward. It's well deserved. It's a long time coming. But also recruit more police officers, and then come up with initiatives to retain them. And that's through bills, right? Senator Chris Barnett is trying to even push, which I believe it passed. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's bonuses. Adding bonuses, like more merit bonuses specifically for police officers to, want to stay. And then the governor even did basically an executive order to increase their salaries as well, so much so that police officers that left for federal positions or other local agencies, law enforcement agencies, decided to go back because the incentives were there. Again, watching and I can attest to it too, right? As a child of a police officer, the families sacrifice a lot as well. It's a very stressful position, very stressful career. Your life is on the line. Every time you go out, and there's a lot that they sacrifice. And so, sometimes even the pay isn't even worth it. And so acknowledging that they need to increase the pay for police officers, Senator Chris Barnett has said the police department is the premier law enforcement agency, right? Granted, not to take away the importance of customs, not to take away the importance of DOC, but who has far more reaching jurisdiction? The Guam Police Department. So, those efforts needed to happen and more needs to be done. But if you were to say not enough, nothing has been done, I don't agree with that. I think a lot has been done through the administration to increase the pay of police officers, and also through the legislature advocating for more recruitment and more programs to increase not just their pay, but incentives to stay in the police force. Let's see here. $3:30 in the afternoon, and let's just do this since before we go to the break. No, actually, we'll go to the break, and then on the other side, I saw that the governor was awarded. Let me just double check this here. This came out of the office of the governor. There's a number of things that came out of the office of the governor, but I was tracking the one for just today. She was inducted in as a fellow into the prestigious American Academy of Nursing, and so we actually have the link to her speaking about her nursing career and how and her influence as the governor of Guam. And so we actually have her speaking at her induction as a fellow into the prestigious American Academy of Nursing. So on the other side, we'll play the audio. I have the whole clip, but we only have the equipment to play the audio from it. Otherwise, I would have played you the whole video. So we'll do it on the other side of this break right here with more national news and another look at your real deal traffic report right here on Wave 105.
Lawyers for conspiracy theorist Alex Jones were back in a Houston bankruptcy court trying to stop the sale of his InfoWars to the satirical news outlet The Onion.
Bankruptcy Judge Christopher Lopez saying he won't approve or reject the sale of InfoWars to The Onion until an evidentiary hearing in December. He wants to find out why the trustee approved The Onion's bid over that of a company affiliated with Alex Jones. A lawyer for the Sandy Hook victims' families argued Jones is delaying the sale, buying time to direct his followers to his new platform. Jones owes the Sandy Hook victims' families roughly $1.5 billion in defamation judgments due to his decade of lies about the school massacre being a hoax. Chris Fox for CBS News, Austin.
A federal judge is allowing an alleged transgender member of the San Jose State's women's volleyball team to play in a conference tournament. 9 players had sued the Mountain West Conference, arguing the athlete, who has not commented on her gender identity, poses a safety risk. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Something magical happens when you unbox the best of British TV with BritBox. Stream acclaimed series starring Olivia Colman, Idris Elba, Sophie Turner, Matthew McFadden, and more of Britain's brightest talent. See what's inside, discover something remarkable, and uncover what perhaps you were looking for all along. Unbox BritBox and stream the best of British TV. Start your free trial at BritBox.com.
Square, a leading platform for businesses, announced the winners of its global awards program, Square 50. This year's honorees include Michelin Guide restaurant Head 11 in San Francisco, Pure Green franchise, a national smoothie chain, Italian eatery Gnocchi on 9th in New York City, and Rejuve Aesthetics and Wellness in Miami. From innovation to community impact, these businesses are making a difference. For the full list of Square 50 winners, visit square.com.
Looking for an exciting career? We have fantastic opportunities for you. Join our team and work at leading brands like Coca-Cola, Subway, Chili's Grill and Bar, Cinnabon, Glimpses of Guam, and Good to Go. Whether you're interested in customer service, management, or marketing, we have roles that fit your passion. Visit www.glimpsesofguam.com to explore career openings and start your journey with us today.
KFC's hot wings are back and better than ever. Hand-breaded to crispy golden perfection, KFC's hot wings pack a punch of bold, fiery flavor in every bite. Freshly made throughout the day, fiery and finger-licking good. It's everything you love about KFC turned all the way up. So head to your nearest KFC and grab KFC hot wings before they fly away. KFC hot wings. It's finger-licking good.
We are so thankful you're listening to our stations.
Hafa Adai Guahan want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving from the Morning Blender.
Hafa Adai is calling Super from the Brightside. This Thanksgiving, let's take a moment to count our blessings, share our gratitude, and enjoy the love of family and friends. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving from all of us here at the radio stations of Glimpses Media. That's Power 98, Wave 105 FM, and Route 99 FM. Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl equivalent to a few grains of salt to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Glimpses Media Group, Wave 105 FM, and Power 98.
Mark your calendars for November 29th. FHP Island Optical is hosting its Black Friday frame sale. Buy one pair and get your second pair 50% off. Purchase $200 or more and you'll be entered to win a round-trip ticket to Japan, a brand new Nintendo Switch, or an Apple Watch. Hurry to FHP Island Optical on November 29th. Conditions apply. FHP Island Optical is located in Sumuning at the Century Plaza on the second level. FHP Island Optical, Guam's premier eyewear boutique.
Hafa Adai Guam, Johnny Atulai here, inviting you to tune in to Vet Talk Show every Wednesday from 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the wave of conversation where Miss Bobby and I address veterans' concerns and benefits for you, only on Wave 105.1 FM.
Hey, what's going on, Guam? Dicey Dice here, and I'm inviting you to join me on Power 98 Monday to Friday from 10 a.m. all the way to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We are covering anything and everything from entertainment, headlines. We are doing sports, giveaways, and more. And don't forget, the show is all being brought to you by Riga Royal Laguna Guam Resort, McDonald's. I'm loving it. Shouts out going out to Vitali's Italian Restaurant, Wise Owl Animal Hospital, Lotte Hotel, and Golf Espresso. Rolling with Dice in the middays, Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 o'clock on Power 98 FM.
I noticed you've been flipping the channels looking for a place to land on. Well, I'm here at 105.1 The Wave. I'll make you laugh, maybe cry, but you're going to hear everything to get you through your morning. Mornings with Patty. You don't have to listen to me, but I think you're going to want to.
Mornings with Patty on the Wave 105 is brought to you by GTA, Chili's Bar and Grill, Bank Pacific, Subway, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Take Care Insurance, and Pat's Denting and Detailing.
Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside. Slow traffic on Route 8 in Barragata if you're heading to the intersection and near the fire station. Heavy traffic on Route 16 if you're coming from the overpass, heading to the intersection near the Haunted McDonald's restaurant. Slow traffic on Route 3 in Dededo if you're passing the GRMC hospital, heading to the intersection on Route 1. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in Tamuning north and southbound if you're heading to the intersection that leads to Route 30. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in Tamuning north and southbound if you're heading to the intersection near the ITC building. Heavy traffic on Route 1 to Muning northbound if you're coming from the intersection that leads to Route 14B, heading to the intersection that leads to Route 10A. Heavy traffic on Route 10A into Muning if you're coming from the intersection on Route 1, heading to the intersection in front of the Guam airport. And now for your traffic advisory for the week from Wednesday, November 27th to Friday, November 29th between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14, Challenge San Antonio into Muning. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your Real Deal traffic report here on the Brightside.
Welcome back to the Bright Side right here on Wave 105. My name is Paulie Suba. All right, let's do this. Let's go to the audio file of the Governor Lulian Guerrero, in being inducted as a fellow into the American Academy of Nursing, which is making her the first nurse governor in the United States to receive this recognition. The American Academy of Nursing, according to the release from the Office of the Governor, is renowned for honoring leaders whose careers have demonstrated extraordinary commitment to advancing nursing practice, policy, and education. Induction into the Academy not only highlights an individual nurse's accomplishments, but also underscores the collective contributions of the nursing profession. The induction ceremony was held on November 2nd in Washington, D.C., where the governor joined nearly 200 other nurses from across the nation in 14 countries who have made exceptional contributions to the nursing field. And so here's the audio file of her speaking in front of those nearly 200 other nurses from across the nation in 14 countries.
Now, let's bring up our final presenter, Governor of Guam, the Honorable Lourdes Leon Guerrero.
As we say in Guam, Hafa Adai. 4,000 years ago, my ancestors, the indigenous Chamorro people of Guam, navigated their canoes from Southeast Asia on the waters of the South Pacific, finally settling on the island of Guam in Micronesia. Traveling the deep blue ocean without compasses, using only their traditional reading of the ocean currents, the temperature of the waters, and the guidance of the moon and the stars. We are a people of great strength, courage, and resilience. I truly believe these are the values instilled in me from my ancestors, handed down through generations to my parents, who inspired me and were a huge influence on me and my brothers. I have many times called on these values to help me with the many challenges I faced as a nurse, as a senator, and as the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar bank. And now as governor of Guam, especially when I had to navigate the destiny of my people during the COVID-19 pandemic. And just recently, a major disastrous typhoon. Through it all, I continued to carry the strength of my people and the certainty that everything I needed to know
I learn through nursing. I grew up in a village where everyone knew each other and took care of each other. My parents raised me with the principles of caring, respect, generosity, giving back to the community, honesty, integrity, and most importantly, education. You see, my dad always said to me, "Baby, the government can take away your home. They can even take away your child, but they can never, ever take away your education." My parents made many sacrifices so they could educate their children. I am sure many of you have the same story. But what I most appreciated was their unfailing love and support to me in so many ways. I remember when my cousin and I were arguing, and he told me I was stupid, I was dumb, and useless. I went home crying, totally destroyed. My dad looked me in the eye and said, "You are important. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." He said, "Look into the mirror every day and say to yourself, you are important. You are important." And to this day, when I am faced with contentious criticisms about my decisions, especially as governor during the COVID-19 pandemic, I would still look into the mirror and say to myself, "You are important. You are important." Try it. It works. I am proud to have accomplished many things in the chapters of my life, all towards the end goal of raising the quality of life of my people and my island. I also know that I could not have gotten to where I am today, including being honored to be inducted as a new fellow into the Academy. This could not have happened if it were not for my nursing education and my clinical experiences. Nursing education has taught me the process of critical thinking and how you can use it in all aspects of our lives. I did so as a critical care nurse, making quick decisions that saved lives, and knew sometimes I had to take the risk in making a difference in people's lives. We all know this. We have all been there before. One story I would like to share, working as a critical care nurse in the coronary care unit. I was taking care of a patient at his end stage of his congestive heart failure. I asked him, "What would make you happy?" And he said he would like to smoke his cigar. Knowing that this would have been his dying wish, I took a risk in my decision to grant him his wish. I closed off all the oxygen in the room, drew the drapes, closed the door, and lit his cigar. Watching him enjoy every puff made me feel good that I did the right thing. We did not get caught, and that was a big relief. I do not know what I would have done if my supervisor walked in, but I knew I had to grant this man his last dying wish. He passed that night, and when I returned the next day, his wife left me a note thanking me for allowing him his wish. I felt like I made a difference to this dying man, and I took that risk. As a senator, I passed landmark legislation called the Natasha Protection Act. It banned smoking in hotels and restaurants despite the protests of the Chamber of Commerce and the tobacco distributors. I named the law after a young 16-year-old girl, Natasha Leon Guerrero Perez. Natasha, at the age of 9, was diagnosed with osteosarcoma. After years of painful treatment off-island, nothing could be more done. She came home to Guam to live her remaining time with family and friends. She enjoyed dining out, but couldn't go to some of her favorite restaurants with her family because secondhand smoked tobacco made her sick. She simply wanted a healthier environment and to have a nice meal in a restaurant. Together, we worked on legislation to ban smoking in restaurants and hotels. But soon after the bill was passed into law, the courts put a stay in its implementation due to a protest by the Attorney General claiming it was unconstitutional and discriminatory. Natasha was devastated. Her health continued to deteriorate, and I can still hear her fragile and weak voice asking if the court had made a favorable decision. On the day she took her last breath, the courts issued an opinion declaring the Natasha Act constitutional and ordered its immediate implementation. It was a great send-off for Natasha. Thanks to her bravery, this legislation improved the health of our people and established a healthier environment. As a CEO making risky decisions, I provided access to financial means for our people to build their homes, start their businesses, send their kids to college, and improve their overall well-being. The risk I took and the decisions I made took our bank from a $900 million company to a multi-billion financial institution. How cool is that? A nurse taking a financial institution into a multi-billion company. I not only saved lives, but made a lot of money. But my passion for improving the lives of our island and our people was even more driven in 2018 when I became governor of Guam. At the time I decided to run for governor, I did so because, in my opinion, I felt our island was not moving in the right direction. Our government finances were dire. Our economy was not improving. Our general welfare was falling, and health care was not a priority for most of the leaders. I told our people, hold on, a nurse is on the way. And it couldn't have been a better time for critical care nurse with the financial background to become governor. A year after taking office, the worst public health and economic disaster of our lifetime changed the world, COVID-19. I had to make many difficult decisions, often unpopular, including mandating quarantine for anyone entering Guam, wearing masks in public places, and vaccinations for employees and patrons in government restaurants, and other similar establishments. I had to call on the strength of my people, the wisdom of my father, and my training and knowledge as a nurse. The most difficult thing I did during COVID-19 was I personally called each family that had a loved one who passed away due to the virus. I will never forget the call I made to the father of a 9-year-old boy who passed away. He was heartbroken, not being able to hold his son when he passed. I felt his heartbreak and cried with him on the phone that day. There was nothing else I could do for this father but be there for him through his pain. Compassion, something we all do as nurses when nothing more could be done. I used my authority as governor to literally not only save lives during the pandemic, but lifted the quality of the lives of our people. I stabilized our government finances, and for the first time in decades, the last 3 fiscal years, we ended with more than $100 million in surplus. That gave me many economic options. During the pandemic, I pushed out over $500 million to businesses, childcare, healthcare, education, and public safety, and enhanced the quality of our lives. Again, taking many risks and feeling confident that what I was doing was the right thing. I have 2 more years left of my last term and on an aggressive campaign to build a new hospital for our island. Reflecting on my history and experiences, I can honestly say that many of my successes were driven by calling upon my nursing experiences. It was my go-to when I faced difficult times. I used my nursing critical thinking knowledge and its real applications to solve real-life problems. I trusted my nursing instincts. I called in my compassion, empathy, and nurturing skills that is embedded in my character and that we as nurses all have. I use these skills when confronted with the many serious and complex decisions that must be made as a leader. I use these skills when I would have to face a conflict or a controversy that required my attention. Invariably, the decisions I faced, some more difficult than others, were for the most part the right decisions. Life can be stagnant. Life will not progress. Life will not improve. Life will not advance if we, as nurses, do not take the risk to make things happen. We, all of us, are where we are today, making the many advances in our profession and impacting the quality of healthcare in a positive way because we welcome adventure. We, all of us, took a leap into the future because we were confident in what we believed was the right thing to do. We, all of us, took many risks that made an amazing impact on the lives of our people, our communities, and our families. We did all these feeling important, and we are. So let's continue our work in lifting our lives up. Be bold, take the risk, feel important, remember the mirror. Your courage will come in the confidence that your actions are the right thing to do. Try it. You will amaze yourself and know that nursing has our back. Thank you.
There you go. That is the governor of Guam speaking to about 200 other nurses in Washington, D.C. And also a number of those nurses came from 14 countries, again, who have made exceptional contributions to the nursing field. This is when Governor Lou Leon Guerrero inducted as a fellow into the American Academy of Nursing. She was one of 4 nursing leaders to give opening remarks during a special presentation for Courageous Careers, the power to envision and transform, spotlighting how her nursing career has influenced her as a Guam leader. And so that presentation from Governor Lou Leon Guerrero that happened back in the early part of November 2nd in Washington, D.C. is available on YouTube. The induction also included a health policy conference, which was attended by over 1,200 participants. Okay, so looks like there were more people in not just the 200 other nurses from across the nation and 14 countries, but over 1,200 participants at this health policy conference back in the early part of November. I do remember her. She's shared that story of when she was a nurse on the last days of one of her patients that asked for a cigar and he lit it up. I've heard her tell that story before. But again, you know, the governor being honored and recognized as a fellow into the American Academy of Nursing, making her the first nurse governor in the United States to receive this recognition. 4:01 in the afternoon, we're going to take the break. We are KGUM-FM in Hagåtña, Guam.
KGUM-FM, Hagåtña, Guam. The sound of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Michael Wallace. After 14 months of fighting, a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah is in effect. At the Pentagon, CBS News correspondent Charlie D'Agata tells us what could come next.
U.S. officials tells us what comes next is it'll be a 10-day period for Israeli troops to start withdrawing from southern Lebanon. That's to be completed within 60 days. Why so long? It's going to take some time for the Lebanese army to fill that void. We're talking around roughly 5,000 troops. Hezbollah has already been pushed north of the Litani River.
The ceasefire brought celebrations in Beirut and a warning from Israel that it will attack if Hezbollah breaks the truce. If you plan to travel on Thanksgiving Day, meteorologist Craig Allen has some potential bad news.
The worst of the weather in terms of precip will be over the eastern third of the nation, approximately from the Ohio Valley on down into the deep south and over towards the eastern seaboard. That's not only on the roads, but in the air as well. There will be many flight delays and cancellations.
A snowstorm over the Rockies is about to intensify before heading for the Great Lakes. As Thanksgiving approaches, many food banks are scrambling to meet demand. Leonard Hansen is the CEO of the Emergency Food Bank in Stockton, California.
Gone from 270 cars average a day during the pandemic. We're at 540 cars a day now.
Canada's leader is speaking out about President-elect Donald Trump's planned 25% tariffs on Canadian imports. More from CBS's Nicole Killian.
Prime Minister Trudeau, who said that he had a call with President-elect Trump last night. The Trump transition didn't comment on that call, but Trudeau did and said, look, we kind of had a very candid discussion about, what's at stake here, and that he does intend to meet with some of his premiers later this week, but, really tried to stress the importance of the potential impact that these tariffs could have.
A CBS News poll found 52% of Americans are in favor of the tariffs. Miami Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill is in the clear 2 months after he was handcuffed outside Hard Rock Stadium just hours before a game. He had been pulled over for allegedly speeding and not wearing a seatbelt. Tuesday, his 2 traffic citations were dismissed after the responding officers failed to appear at a court hearing. Sticking with football, New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers says he is not sure if he will play again next season. He says if he does, he would prefer to stay with the Jets, who have already fired their head coach and their general manager so far this season. On the Pat McAfee show, Rodgers called reports that he wants to leave New York 100% false. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Grammy winner Miley Cyrus is fighting allegations she copied another star's song.
Miley Cyrus has filed to dismiss a lawsuit that accuses her of plagiarizing. She insists she did not steal her 2023 song from Bruno Mars' 2012 hit, When I Was Your Man. Cyrus claims Tempo Music, which holds a portion of the copyright, lacks standing to sue because it doesn't have exclusive rights. Both songs were major hits, with each topping the Billboard Hot 100 charts. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
A CBS News poll finds most Americans, 71%, will try to avoid talking about politics at the Thanksgiving dinner table this year. Slightly more Trump voters than Harris voters do plan to bring politics up. Those polled say they are most thankful for family and friends this year, followed by health and freedom. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Hi, everyone. If you or someone you know were diagnosed with lung cancer or mesothelioma, listen up, because you could be entitled to significant compensation. We have legal professionals standing by right now to take your call, and they'll tell you if you qualify for a cash settlement. Call 800-570-0200. That's 800-570-0200. Call now and find out how much money you could potentially get.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center. May not be available in all states.
Your gas light's on. We need to fill up.
Gas around here is too expensive.
Don't drive all over searching for the lowest prices. Just download the free Upside app and get cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying gas? I'm stopping now to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Cash out anytime to your bank account, PayPal, or e-gift card. Download the free Upside app now and use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
Here for the community. Wave 105 FM.
Hey. Good afternoon. It is currently 4:07 p.m. and that is your time check brought to you by Wendy's. Wendy's has something new on their menu, the mushroom bacon cheeseburger. Try their deliciously indulgent sandwich made with juicy beef, crispy applewood smoked bacon, savory roasted mushrooms, Munster cheese, and a creamy garlic spread, all on soft toasted bun. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's.
Hafa Adai, everybody, it's me, Kyle Mandapet.
Hafa Adai, it's Reese.
And we want you to tune into the Morning Blender every single day.
That's right, there's a lot of things to do. Parties, birthdays to celebrate, songs to play, and of course some horoscopes if you're trying to find out about your day.
And plenty of free stuff too.
That's right, all the free food and so much more.
So tune in to the Morning Blender weekday, 6 a.m. till 10 a.m. right here on
Power 98.
Presented by Burger King,
Agania Shopping Center,
Subway,
Patch Tinting and Detailing,
and Chili's.
Sherwin-Williams invites you to our annual Blue Bucket Sale from November 29th to December 6th. Purchase one of our handy blue buckets and fill the buckets from our wide variety of specially marked products and receive 25% off those items. Whether you are a contractor or a do-it-yourselfer, Sherwin-Williams has you covered. For beautiful colors, exceptional paint, and supplies, plus expert advice, all you have to do is ask Sherwin-Williams. Come see us across from St. John's at 888 Marine Corps Drive in Upper Tumon.
You are tuned into Wave 105.1 FM on the Brightside with Polly Suba every Monday to Friday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen on our website, thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105 Guam. If you want to reach us on the line, please call us at 671-922-1051 or 1052. You can WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. The Bright Side is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. GTA, we start with you. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Craving Italian? Swing by Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Dive into our super pizza, enjoy creamy spaghetti carbonara, or savor the rich fettuccine alfredo. Open daily for lunch and dinner. Taste the best of Italy today at Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the Bright Side. Slow traffic on Route 4 in Chalampago if you're heading to the intersection that leads to Route 10 or Zonia. Slow traffic on Route 8 in Barragata if you're heading to the intersection near the fire station. Slow traffic on Route 16 in Barragata if you're heading to the intersection near the post office and the Guam National Guard. Heavy traffic on Route 16 in Barragata Heights if you're passing the North Sabana Barragata Drive Street heading to the intersection in front of the Guam Revenue Tax. Heavy traffic on Route 3 in Dededo if you're passing the GRMC Hospital heading to the intersection on Route 1. And now for your traffic advisory for the week from Wednesday, November 27th to Friday, November 29th between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14B and on the sidewalk into Manning. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the Bright Side.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
I ran into this girl the night before. She reminded me of a golden shore. She was nothing like your average girl next door. She liked DVDs, tattoos, and Paramore. She'd say, Hafa Adai, por favor. And I'd say, sad dispenser to Gaigi Kulor.
Welcome back to the Bright Side right here on Wave 105, 412 in the afternoon. My name is Paulie Suba. Our number is 671-922-1051. We're online, thewave105.com, and we're also on our YouTube channel, the Wave 105.1 FM Guam. All right, let's dive into the Gura issue of looking at some parcels on Route 15, right? So the meeting took place yesterday, and again, I was not tracking the time yet. I want to say, like I was talking about, not knowing where they were with this meeting, like at 5 o'clock yesterday, and then not realizing that they had already voted long before to move forward with condemning these properties for to increase the acreage of land for a medical complex, right? And so the property owners are Hong Yi Tian Inc. There was a representative at that meeting yesterday, Lin Yan, who was more like a friend of the owner. The owner is actually in China, lives in China, and doesn't speak English well or understand English well. So a representative spoke for him, Lin Yan. And then Joe Joseph, who is property owner, owns the other parcel of, or the other set of lots. And he was there as well. And so when Dr. Joel Joseph, when he spoke at the meeting, is very cordial, him and his lawyer. But also saying that what I also thought was this whole situation is being rushed, right? And so he says, he first says that the southeast lot is unnecessary for Gura. So basically, the property that Gura is looking at to condemn, there's a number of lots on one side of Route 15 on the northbound side, and then there's more of it on the southbound side of Route 15. So the Route 15 actually splits Dr. Joseph's property not in half, more like 3/4 on one side and 1/4 on another side. So he argues that his property is not a slum or blighted area, and Agura's plans are unrelated to housing projects, raising questions about the legality of the eminent domain action, right? And so when you go to Gura's website and their mission statement, it states Public Law 6-135, Gura's purpose is to promote the health, safety, and welfare of Guam's people by the elimination of slum and blight conditions, by the orderly redevelopment and renewal of communities, by proper planning of community development, and by provision of safe, decent, and sanitary dwellings for low to moderate income families through all available federal and local governmental programs, and through encouragement of Guam's private enterprises to participate in the common task of improving our island community while upholding family values. And we're going to get into that in a little bit because the deputy director, Fernando Esteves, does a good job of explaining what is the role of Gura, and it expands, it includes more than just building homes. Even the director of Gura, Liz Napoli, also argues that same point. And if you go to Gura, there's proof of that. There's proof of building police stations, gymnasiums, a school. Very recently, I learned. The difference is, and I've said this before, they were using block grants to build those. Deputy Director Fernando Esteves explains at the meeting, though, that yes, this is ARPA monies that they're using. The governor gave them the money to go and purchase these properties for a hospital. And now Gura is in charge of building the hospital and then other facilities that would coexist with the hospital. That's why they needed more land. They needed about 100. I think they were able to get 90.62 total acres when you include Hong Yi Tian Incorporated's properties and then also Dr. Joel Joseph's. So Eagles Field was about 110.77 acres. So they didn't get to 110. They got kind of close, 90.62 total acres, right? When you include those properties that they want to condemn. Dr. Joseph also disputed the accuracy of Gura's records regarding the 3 purchase offers. He said the first 2 offers failed to account for the property's M1 zoning, which he worked for 2 years to obtain. He also clarified that the real estate agent that he was working with, that was Gura, paid a real estate agent to work with these property owners, even admitted the oversight. The third offer, which considered M1 zoning, included a $4.2 million price and a 0.6 acre reservation. Dr. Joseph did request a joint input in selecting the reserved acre instead of a unilateral designation by Gura. Basically, he's saying, let's work together on what plot would be mine for me, 1 acre. And he also clarified, I guess there was some confusion. Somebody might have said that he wanted a driveway. He said he did not want a driveway, but definitely water hookup. Didn't want to pay for that. And really just negotiating. But the negotiations were rushed, according to Dr. Joseph and his lawyer. They need more time. They also want to hire their own expert when it comes to assessing the land. But Deputy Director Fernando Esteves says, they all follow the same rules and regulations. Otherwise, they'll lose their license. So he believes, Deputy Director Esteves believes that, go ahead, you can find somebody else. You have every right to find somebody else and to evaluate how much your property is worth. But he believes it's going to come pretty close to the price that they have already offered to both property owners. They've also included in the resolution 10% more just in case the court says you're going to have to pay these property owners more money. So we'll see. But I want to play you, it was almost 3 hours, so we're not going to play the whole 3 hours. But I want to play you the audio file of the Deputy Director, Fernando Esteves, from yesterday's meeting, explaining how they got to where they were and addressing a number of concerns within the community, within the media, about this whole situation and why they had to move forward, at the pace that they did. And he defends the reasons why they had to go as fast as they needed to go. ARPA money is what the governor is using to build this hospital. And so, December 31st, 2024, which is fast approaching, is when, if they do not at least identify that these monies are going to go towards that hospital, they stand to lose the $100 million. And so I think it's just better to hear this dialogue right now that we're going to play for you.
The board accepted the funding. We accepted the responsibility to break the impasse on where the hospital was going to be. With that, the obligation of the funding came that it would be in Manila, right? That was what the grant loan came with. And we had a short amount of time to do it, right? There's $100 million, nothing to scoff at, to potentially lose that for the community. We're not interested in the politics of it, right? Really, what we're interested in just getting the project moving, right? Not trying to fight and point fingers of who lost the money, who should have agreed with who, right? And that's why, Gura coming in to do it. So I just like to thank the board for, taking an interest in that, directing us to get it done, right? Even though we knew it was going to be a very difficult timeline, and then the Gura team for moving quickly on it. But I'd like to end with, I apologize to Mr. Joseph and, the Hong Yi Tian folks. This is not personal. We had a mission we needed to execute. We're sharing exactly why we had to move quick. It's not taken lightly, but this is really where we're at. We know there's upcoming appraisals coming out. The final just compensation doesn't come out to the court. The Superior Court's absolutely going to consider their appraisals. We're not going to oppose it unless they're getting it from someone who's not licensed, right? Who's not using the standard, the uniform standard. And we know both commercial appraisers use USPAP, right? They both utilize the same standard. We have no problem with their appraisal. It'll come out, and the court will evaluate it, and they'll determine what we need to pay, right? But we're confident that based on the appraisal, since it's pretty straightforward, it's raw vacant land, right? There's no active business activity. It's not actively generating revenue. It should be pretty straightforward with the just compensation. So that's why we're considering the 10% in earnest deposit in case there's any variation in the appraisal, which we don't anticipate there will be because they use the same USPAP standard. And for the record, both USPAP and Yellow Book, which are the two appraisal standards, are both consistent. You cannot consider as part of the evaluation when the government is trying to buy land for a purpose. No appraiser can use that as part of the evaluation. Otherwise, they likely lose their license. That's just not the standard. So if the government says, hey, I want to buy it to build this, you can't, consider that as part of your appraisal. And it's for this exact same reason. So you can't try to strong arm the government. And so that's both for the USPAP, which is the uniform standard, and the Yellow Book, which is the federal standard.
Thank you. I want to add something very poignant to this topic. You had mentioned this quite a few times, but just to assuage any of the conspiracy theories that are going on online and that are circulating through social media, and for any type of hearsay and superfluous nonsense, would you please, for the record right now, tell everyone, and respectfully to those individuals who are on Zoom, why was the rush necessary? You answered it at least 3 or 4 times already, but I would like this moment to be absolutely poignant because this will put this to bed once and for all. Okay?
Yep.
That this was not rushed because of some type of conspiracy or some type of corruption or some type of party system. And I will go on the record and say that nothing that we've done here today has anything to do with any form of corruption or nepotism or quote unquote the party system. Yes, I said it.
That is the Vice Chairman Nate Sanchez speaking. Okay, go ahead.
And again, we do not take any pleasure in doing this. However, I will leave this to my deputy director. Please, once and for all, tell everybody why the rush is so important.
So when Girl was asked to assist, gave us about 6 months. That's kind of what we were left with to research, kind of determine properties, and based on the original agreement, it said Manila. The board, it was either accept the funding to acquire the Manila or don't, right? But neither here nor there. We had about 6 months because if we didn't get this done, if we don't acquire the property, and if the obligations through intergovernmental memorandums of understanding or agreement, which obligates the ARP funding, is not done before December 31st, all that money is gone, about roughly $100 million. So what the governor had, around that number, what the governor had set aside to get the hospital started. And so, we had to weigh all of that, right, and consider the compelling government interest, which is also the public interest. Nobody wants to see $100 million go away because the legislature and the governor were arguing. And again, we are not interested in that. We were never part of that debate. We were never testified in support of any bill. We are an agency that executes. So to say again, whether it's the governor who provides funds and says, go do this, or the legislature or the federal government, our legislation, our Enabling Act says, whoever provides the fund, you get the project done. And that's just what we do. And so we just want to make that clear. Tomorrow, the legislature could try to give us $20 million for a project that they want, and we would do and execute with the same judiciousness and the same fire as we would, because ultimately, We just want to get these community projects going out, right? Getting them moving.
Right. Thank you. Also, if I may add to my deputy's point, that regardless of who's in office, whether it be a Republican or a Democrat administration, we are colorblind politically. There is no politics involved in this facilitation of creating, again, a medical hospital / city. Whoever gives us a project, and if we approve on a federal level, we will make it happen, regardless of your political affiliation. Okay? I'm born and raised here. We all are. We know how petty and political our island can be. But that does not apply to who and what we are at Guam, and our commission and our fellow commissioners, and my deputy director and my director. Okay? So nobody is politically or economically tied to this project. And that's it. So everybody who's saying anything online and anybody who's spin doctoring anything contrary to what's being said on the record today is spreading lies. And I'll put that on the record. Okay? I'm going to go to bat for my team, and I'm going to go to bat for our generations and the people of this island. Our sons and daughters of Guam have not felt a level of confidence in our medical environment ever. I haven't met anybody personally who's confident. I haven't met anybody yet who hasn't needed to go off island to the Philippines or to Tripler if you're a vet, or to Cedars, because we just don't have the capacity. Am I taking anything away from the medical industry? Of course not. They're good people. But the fact of the matter is we're so limited here. And now we have an opportunity. That money has been given to us with an expiration date. And if we don't use that money, it'll be for nothing. So we are going to put this to bed once and for all. And again, we are transparent. If you need anything in terms of what we are trying to accomplish here, our doors are always open. We have hidden nothing. My deputy director has taken quite a beating from a number of sources. For what? Because he wants to do a good job, and our board members will continue to facilitate and support him and our director no matter what. So again, Fernando, thank you for your iteration of our project.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I could just add two more things. All the appraisals are available on our website. GURA doesn't conduct the appraisals, right? The final appraisals. Those are done by an independent third party. So all of this, the government estimate is wrong. It's not our estimate. It's a licensed independent appraiser. We contract that out, right? And we do this for a reason, so these weird accusations don't come up, right? These are professionals. So I just want to make that clear, but it's all available on our website. You can see what every lot appraised for. You can see the title reports that go with it. People are free to see it. We're not lowballing anyone, right? But when we get audited by the Fed, they always, the Fed love to audit, right? If they do an audit, they're gonna, how do you come up with this estimate? Why did you go over? We could make a reasonable argument for 10%, right? Legal reduction in legal expenses, and any other reason. But to go above that, right? When, they know the government has ultimate power, that's going to be harder to justify. So again, when we talk about cost reasonableness, we have to do that. HUD, if it's on the HUD, if this was HUD funding, you can't go above appraiser without HUD approval, right? And that's kind of the basis that we do. Since this is ARP, it's still federal funding, right? We have a little flexibility. We don't have to go back to the Treasury to ask a little bit, 10% more, right? But if we start getting into funny business where we're paying 191% of the appraisal amount, I'm not trying to go to jail, to be honest. I love the people of Guam, but not worth that. Somebody, they may perceive their property to be more than it's actually worth, right? So it's nothing personal. This was all business, straightforward. It's all out there for the public. And that's it. Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Dee.
If I may, Vice Chair.
Yes, Madam Director.
Thank you for the consideration of having the Deputy Director.
This is the Director of GURA, Liz Napoli, speaking now. And then for the most part, you are hearing Deputy Director Fernando Esteves and then the Vice Chairman, Nate Sanchez. The chairman of GURA, Mr. Dr. John Rivera, is there, but he's in Zoom because he's off island. He does speak in the meeting, but if you're wondering why is the vice chair speaking, it's because Dr. John Rivera, the chairman of GURA, is attending via Zoom. All right, so again, we'll start it up again. This is the director of GURA, Liz Napoli.
Because one of the most important things to us from the very beginning, right, was to be to do our due diligence, to make sure that what we were being asked when we were presented the opportunity, and it was an opportunity that we needed to present to you. Here is funding that they are offering to us to see if we can help to move forward, a complex for the community. And GURA has been around since 1962, and everybody knows there's so many. We're not just all about housing. We're about community development. Like at the beginning, everyone went over, and the resolution indicates how many public facilities, recreational facilities, et cetera, we've been involved in. And so I just wanted to really thank the board for listening to all the work that has gone into trying to make sure that we don't miss this opportunity of funding to get something done for the island. That's really our main purpose here has been, let us not have money returned if we can avoid having money returned. Let's do all the hard work that needs to be done, right, to make sure that we're researching everything possible and not, nothing came from scratch, right? As was mentioned, we went with the original medical complex plan and went from there. So I won't reiterate everything. I just really want to thank you for being supportive of what we've presented to you so far, and hopefully your consideration of everything. We've allowed the property owners to, address you. And so now I guess it's just up to you and the Board of Commissioners to deliberate on what would be the best moving forward regarding everything that we've done to make sure that we don't miss an opportunity to, get something going with the funding that's being provided. That's all I had to say. Thank you to everyone, and hopefully,
there you go.
Everything will.
So, I mean, the meeting continues, right, for about another hour. I think a little bit after the director speaks, there is Dr. Ho Win enters the Zoom and requests to speak. Then there's and he does kind of get an opportunity to speak, but because they weren't on the agenda to speak, him and then the director of the Guam Medical Association, Dr. Sullivan, because they're not on the agenda, they basically said they're out of order, but they did get the opportunity to speak. And so Dr. Sullivan mentioned that the proposed site for the hospital falls outside of GURA's mandate, as the organization is not specialized in healthcare construction. The Guam Medical Association and a wide range of healthcare professionals, including OBGYNs, pediatricians, anesthesiologists, and specialists, have expressed their opposition to the proposed hospital site. This is even before they had an opportunity, well, the board voted on the resolution to decide whether or not they're going to condemn these lands. Basically, Dr. Sullivan was sharing the concerns of the Guam Medical Association. She also stressed the importance of having a hospital in an area that allows for quick transportation. for ill patients, particularly from clinics in Tamuning. She said that it's life and death, basically, trying to get them from most of the clinics that are in the Tamuning area over to a hospital in Manilao. It would delay critical care for many patients, especially in emergencies. And then also the anesthesia providers who live in Tamuning, they would struggle to reach the hospital in Manilao off of Route 15 to get there in time. It could also jeopardize the lives of mothers and babies in labor. Deputy Director Fernando Esteves does basically address the transportation concerns as far as he gives EMS data. And according to this data that Deputy Director Fernando Esteves shared at yesterday's meeting, was that of 28,558 ambulances runs recorded between October 23 and October 2024, 21,894 originated from residences, 3,637 from businesses, 2,367 from roads, only 660 runs, that's 2%, originated from clinics. So most originated from residences, which is about 77% of those ambulance runs. So he said, Esteves said, this indicates that the majority of emergency calls come from areas other than clinics, challenging the claim that building a hospital away from the clinic clusters would significantly affect critical care. And then according to the 2022 Matrix study, a hospital at Eagle Field would serve 85.5% of the population within 30 minutes. By comparison, a site in Tamuning would serve 84% within the same threshold. According to this data, again, that was provided by Deputy Director Esteves at yesterday's GURA meeting, it suggests the proposed site in Manilao provides a slightly better access for the community, for the population, particularly benefiting those in southern Guam. There's a number of others also, again, addressing blighted. This was the chairperson of GURA, Dr. John Rivera. He wanted to bring it up because, again, Dr. Joel Joseph brought it up. Also, Dr. Sullivan brings it up, saying you guys are trying to use eminent domain, and when you want to use eminent domain, it's to address blighted or underdeveloped areas. The term blighted is associated with GURA's urban renewal powers, focusing on areas deemed appropriate for redevelopment. And so he wanted the GURA to address this designation. And so it typically involves transforming older or underdeveloped neighborhoods by adding infrastructure like streets, sidewalks, and utilities. They give examples of successful urban renewal projects include Sinahanya and Aganya Heights, which underwent redevelopment. And then urban renewal projects involve eminent domain, require legislative approval, and a master plan. But with the way that they're expressing how GURA is getting involved, you heard them talk about it. Basically, again, Deputy Director Esteves said, if another administration or a legislature or the federal government provides the funds, then GURA provides the funds for a project. GURA would execute with the same judiciousness and fire to complete the project or the community development, and does not necessarily only mean housing. And then Again, if you go to the Gura website, that's all over the place. It's even part of their mission or their motto. When you go to the landing page, just gura.org. I think even when I was first talking to Deputy Director Fernando Esteves, and it wasn't even this. It was on affordable housing when I was first talking to him. When we were having a conversation about how, the inventory, housing inventory, and with the military buildup, how is Gura going to help address that? And so he was saying, well, a lot of times people misunderstand the role of Gura. That it's not just to build homes or affordable housing. They strengthen communities one neighborhood at a time, one village at a time, one family at a time, and so on. It's urban development, which can include and has included schools, gymnasiums, police station, and that's why they also fall under HUD, Housing and Urban Development. So housing and then urban development. The difference here again is where are they getting the funding? The funding, again, yes, comes from the governor through this project. Where did the governor get the money? The governor got it from the ARPA funds through the U.S. Treasury. And so, again, he says, if the legislature gives us the money for a capital improvement, for a project, we will execute with the same judiciousness and fire to complete the project. 4:46 in the afternoon. We'll take the break, yeah? And then on the other side, there's a couple other things that we'll talk about and that'll speed us right into the 5 o'clock hour. So we, too, can be off like you. Because most of y'all are already off. So we want to join you. So we'll speed up that process with a number of other topics to talk about, yeah? 4:47 in the afternoon. Let's take the break. Wave 105.
Treat yourself this holiday season with a festive holiday pie, creamy custard in a buttery golden crust. Grab yours today only at McDonald's. Your headlines being brought to you by McDonald's of Guam. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. My name is Skylar Obispo. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. 2 men were arrested Sunday evening for the possession of a controlled substance in Tamuning. Grant Abanales, age 40, and Joel Del Rosario Santos, age 36, were arrested after officers of the Guam Police Department responded to a report of suspicious activity near Oka Point. According to the magistrate's complaint issued by the Judiciary of Guam, an individual in the area called GPD and reported that a man was looking into parked cars with a flashlight. Later, the caller reported that the individual got into a black SUV headed towards the Guam Memorial Hospital. GPD stopped the vehicle at a 3-way intersection of Route 30, where officers identified 2 male occupants, Abanales and Santos. When officers asked the pair for the vehicle's documents, Abanales quickly opened and shut the glove compartment, where they later found a clear improvised glass pipe which typically is used to smoke methamphetamine. Officers asked the individuals to step out of the vehicle, where they also found a transparent Ziploc bag with a white crystal-like substance suspected to be a methamphetamine in the vehicle's center console. Abanales and Santos are each charged with possession of a Schedule II controlled substance as a third-degree felony. In more news, IT&E announced the expansion of its 5G coverage in Guam and the Marianas. According to a release issued by the telecom, this expansion will include the launch of 5G services in Garapan and Susupi in Saipan. Additionally, IT&E will deploy more 5G sites in Guam to increase coverage to 70% of the island's population. 5G will boost IT&E's network capacity, which will alleviate network congestion, decrease latency, and enhance user experiences for residential and enterprise subscribers, the release stated. Reporting from the Marianas Business Journal, The Wave 105, and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
How much would you pay to see a college football game between two old rivals?
The Texas Longhorns face Texas A&M in College Station this Saturday. The game is a revival of one of college sports' most storied rivalries.
It's up. The Longhorns win it.
That was the last time the two teams played each other 12 years ago. So just like everything in Texas, this game is big. And the matchup is now the most expensive regular season game for a college football game or the NFL. The average price is $1,079 per ticket. The previous record was for when the Buccaneers visited the Patriots in 2021. They went for an average of $912. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Australia's House of Representatives has approved a bill banning children younger than 16 from social media. TikTok, Instagram, and other platforms that fail to keep kids out would have to pay big fines. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Honey, it's our favorite time of year, and I got you something to celebrate.
A McRib! It's just what I wanted.
Happy McRib season, sweetie.
I love you.
I love you too.
Actually, I was talking to my McRib.
Oh, okay, well, I'll leave you two alone.
Celebrate McRib season with McDonald's. Enjoy the deliciously saucy McRib, only for a limited time and only at McDonald's. At participating McDonald's.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. This is Tess Reyes-Burrier, Public Information Officer from Guam Department of Education. Tune in every Friday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Wave 105.1 FM. Educuentas highlights the positive contribution of each student, teachers, and staff. Broadcasting every Friday, offering an interactive discussion and engagement with key stakeholders in the community. Once again, tune in every Friday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Wave 105.1 FM, the sound of Guam.
Now available at GTA. iPhone 16. Hello, Apple Intelligence. iPhone 16 now features Apple Intelligence, the personal intelligence system that helps you write, express yourself, and get things done effortlessly. For a limited time when you purchase iPhone 16, get a free $300 Visa gift card and a power accessories bundle with any new unlimited wireless plan on device installment. That's a value of $450. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information. GTA, we start with you. KFC's hot wings are back and better than ever. Hand-breaded to crispy golden perfection, KFC's hot wings pack a punch of bold, fiery flavor in every bite. Freshly made throughout the day, fiery and finger-licking good. It's everything you love about KFC turned all the way up. So head to your nearest KFC and grab KFC hot wings before they fly away. KFC hot wings. It's finger-licking good.
I'm a young federal employee. I've never had health insurance before, but I'm thinking I should, just in case. It's federal open season, and I'm researching Take Care's HDHP option. The payroll deduction is really low. I get money in a health savings account to use, and it puts me in control of my health care. I'm choosing Take Care's HDHP option during the federal open season. You should too. Go to TakeCareAsia.com to learn more.
Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Chili's wants to help you celebrate this holiday season with a gift for everyone. Purchase a $50 gift card at Chili's and receive a $10 coupon for yourself. Give a gift, get a gift. At Chili's, great value and memories happen here.
We are so thankful you're listening to our stations.
Hafa Adai and Alili. It's your girl Nene from your Tidal Wave Show. Happy Thanksgiving. Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, Ed Suarez from Ed Suarez Live, and I just wanted to pop in and greet everybody a happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy the feast.
Happy Thanksgiving from all of us here at the radio stations of Princess Media. That's Power 98, Wave 105 FM, and Route 99 FM.
The charm and history of Italian food is expressed at Vitale's Italian Restaurant with signature dishes, the tour of Italy, spaghetti carbonara, linguine clam, and delightful pizza with red and white wine to pair nicely with your appetizer of choice. So dine in and enjoy the taste of Italy at Vitale's Italian Restaurant. Open Monday to Thursday, 11 a.m. to 9 a.m., Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Vitale's Italian Restaurant located in the heart of Tumon.
Sherwin-Williams invites you to our annual Blue Bucket Sale from November 29th to December 6th. Purchase one of our handy blue buckets and fill the buckets from our wide variety of specially marked products and receive 25% off those items. Whether you are a contractor or a do-it-yourselfer, Sherwin-Williams has you covered. For beautiful colors, exceptional paint, and supplies, plus expert advice, all you have to do is ask Sherwin-Williams. Come see us across from St. John's at 888 Marine Corps Drive in Upper Tumon.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside. Heavy traffic on Route 16 Barragata Heights if you're passing the tire shop up until you get to the intersection in front of the Guam Rev and Tax. Heavy traffic on Route 10A into Munning if you're coming from the intersection on Route 1 heading to the intersection in front of the Guam Airport. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Upper Tumon if you're coming from the intersection that leads to Route 14, heading to the intersection that leads to Route 16 or near the Dededo Wendy's restaurant. And now for your traffic advisory for the week from Wednesday, November 27th to Friday, November 29th between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14, Challenge San Antonio into Munning. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside.
Welcome back to the Bright Side right here on Wave 105. We're going to go to the phone lines now because Verna's on the line. Hafa Adai, Verna. Happy Thanksgiving.
Hey.
Hi.
Hafa Adai.
Hafa
I'll
Adai.
be quick because I'm about to go watch the movie Wicked with my mummy.
Okay, awesome. Are you all dressed up?
Oh, no. No time. God, I would have loved to, but it's okay.
Okay.
We're just going. I've got a shirt on with a turkey on it.
Sure enough.
I want to have turkey earrings. Anyway, thank you, Polly. Man, I'm going to go back and listen. I caught a few minutes of the governor's beautiful speech.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to mention that the young lady that she talks about, Natasha, who we call Tashi, because she's our family.
Oh, wow.
Her mom is first cousins with my husband.
Yeah.
And when I started on dating Robert, Tashi was like 3, I think, and everything. And she just grew up so beautifully and everything. And man, just a beautiful, beautiful young lady that was 16 when she died and everything. And so we talk about her often and everything. So thank you for that. I'm gonna find it. Does she have it on her Facebook page?
It is. It's on the Office of the Governor's page. We'll send you the link. Yeah.
Oh, you're so sweet. Yes,
Yeah.
Please do.
Yeah.
Oh man. Thank you. I mean, wow, I'm thankful and grateful and blessed, as they say, with everything going on. It's going to be our first Thanksgiving without my dad and my brother. And just recently, we lost my dad's sister, my Auntie Bobby. So, oh, man, this year, 2025, better be good. I hope and everything, because, my gosh, this aunt of mine is one of the sweetest ladies I could ever have. And I was blessed to have a lot of aunties that I consider moms, and Auntie Bobby is one of them. My Auntie Bobby Block is one of them.
Beautiful.
Oh, you know them. Sorry.
I do? Which Auntie Bobby?
We share first cousins.
Okay.
Yeah, Janine and Gina.
Oh, yeah.
And Jean.
Okay.
I remember. Yeah, I remember. Holy cow, it just dawned on me. Auntie Bobby, their mom passed away.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, so everybody, be grateful, be thankful, be blessed, and take one day at a time.
Absolutely.
And tell people that you love them.
Absolutely.
Right?
We love you, Verna. We love you so much.
Thank you. And take care, everybody. And we'll talk soon, Polly.
All right.
I'll be looking out for the list.
Okay. Happy Thanksgiving.
Okay. See you later. Bye.
All right. 5 o'clock on the dot. Yeah, we'll put the link up on our YouTube channel, and then I'll send that to Verna's Facebook story or Facebook Messenger so she can look out for that. We'll take the break. I briefly watched because the confirmation hearing for acting chief of the Guam Fire Department, Dan Burrier, his confirmation hearing took place today at 2 p.m. And so every now and then when I had breaks here and there during this show, I would tune in and listen to that hearing. So I have some information, not a whole lot. I'm still debating. I think we'll dive deeper into it on Friday. We're not going to have a show tomorrow because we're going to enjoy our Thanksgiving as well. We do have programming for you right here on Wave 105 throughout your Thanksgiving. So love for you to just continue to hang out on Wave 105 with the amazing music that we're going to hear tomorrow. But I think I'll hold on to. I'll watch it in its entirety, take some notes, and then we'll share what was provided at that public hearing for the confirmation of acting chief Darren Berrier on Friday. Not in any real rush, right? All right, we're KG1 FM in Hagani, Guam. The sound of Guam is Wave 105 FM. On the hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Local 105. It's crunch time now for the nation's airlines and airports. With millions flying through their Thanksgiving destinations, the TSA expects to screen 2.9 million travelers Wednesday. Many of them will pass through Chicago. Hey, where's that? Where you going?
1 million people are expected to fly through O'Hare between now and Monday, up 11% from last Thanksgiving. Many, like Kirk, a traveling chef from Portland, have a second leg in their journey. Chicago Aviation Department spokeswoman Georgia Godfrey stands by the advice of arriving early. Don't leave your house 2 hours before the flight. Take off and be here at the airport. You can give yourself enough time. Holidays are about bringing people together, and we've seen plenty of that. A large group wearing matching blue hoodies headed to Disney. Parents pushing strollers and roller bags. people hugging near the ticket counter. Earlier, Nancy Hardy for CBS News, Chicago.
The Biden administration is proposing popular weight loss drugs like Ozempic be covered by Medicaid and Medicare. CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gandhi.
What we are seeing is accumulating evidence that whether you're talking about diabetes or cardiovascular disease, stroke, kidney disease, dementia, different kinds of arthritis, you're seeing that these medications have a really beneficial impact for people who have obesity.
Some people without coverage are paying $1,200 a month for those drugs. The nation's retailers are crunching the numbers ahead of President-elect Donald Trump's proposed new tariffs on all goods from Canada and Mexico.
Walmart, the nation's biggest retailer, says it will do all it can to hold down prices if President-elect Donald Trump follows through on steps to significantly increase tariffs on products imported into the U.S. from Canada, Mexico, and China.
We're addressing the environment. We've been in an environment with tariffs now for the last 7 years. Our purpose is to try to keep prices low, to help people save money.
Walmart CEO John Porter spoke on CBS Morning. Jim Krasula, CBS News.
So far, the new ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah is holding.
I applaud big neighbor leaders of Lebanon and Israel.
It looks like Marianas ceasefire and tries to re-up Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said we will protect.
CBS News correspondent Deborah Pata in Toronto. If you love great whiskey, you're in luck. Online bidding opens Wednesday in Kentucky's first auction of confiscated alcohol. Until now, the state would pour the sacred bourbon down the drain. The list includes some hard-to-find bottles rarely found in stores. The Confederated Tribes of Select Indians in Oregon is celebrating newly lifted restrictions on their rights to hunt, fish, and gather. The celebration comes as the tribe marks 47 years of regaining federal recognition in Oregon. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? They're yours. And Progressive protects them both. Bundle today at Progressive.com. Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS problems.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
That got really big.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage gardening, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally gave a call to Optima Coast Release at 2 a.m.
I figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Type. They know what they're doing.
Optima Type Release came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Check Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with your IRS, call Optima Type Release. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6450. 800-343-6450. 800-343-6460.
How much would you pay to see a college football game between two old rivals?
The Texas Longhorns face Texas A&M in College Station this Saturday. The game is a revival of one of college sports' most storied rivalries. That was the last time the two teams played each other 12 years ago. So just like everything in Texas, this game is big. And the matchup is now the most expensive regular season game for a college football game or the NFL. The average price is $1,079 per ticket. The previous record was set when the Buccaneers visited the Patriots in 2021. They went for an average of $912. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Australia's House of Representatives has approved a bill banning children younger than 16 from social media. TikTok, Instagram, and other platforms that fail to keep kids out will have to pay big fines. Michael Bauer, CBS News.
If you ever file taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs which can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts in Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, curated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One tool to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, assets seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation. Call 800-343-6450. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6450. Keeping the trends moving back. Joe, 105 FM.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of soot, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Earlier happens about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs used for fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe, one pill can kill.
This conversation on Facebook, you got a radio station,
Good afternoon. It is 5:09 p.m. and that is your time check brought to you by Wendy's. Wendy's has something new on their menu, the mushroom bacon cheeseburger. Try their deliciously indulgent sandwich made with juicy beef, crispy applewood smoked bacon, flavory roasted mushrooms, mustard cheese, and a creamy garlic spread, all on soft toasted bun. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's.
Speaking of people, we celebrate independence. It's crazy that stores on order because $50 off all of our food. It's also on a really tasty premium wrap and wrap plate at $99. For making all the competition out for 7 cents. Hurry home and invite people. Blue bucket sales on the other side. Juice is delicious. This is one of our famous others. Get the buckets for half price.
The Brightside is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Good to go, your feast awaits. Order online or download our app. Serving 100 plus restaurants. GTA, we start with you. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. The Times Italian Restaurant. Craving Italian? Swing by the Times Italian Restaurant. Dive into our super pizza, enjoy creamy spaghetti carbonara, or savor the rich fettuccine Alfredo. Open daily for lunch and dinner. Taste the best of Italy today at the Times Italian Restaurant. Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside. Slow traffic on Route 4 and turning Town Plaza if you're heading to the intersection that leads to Guam. Slow traffic on Route 16 and 27 if you're heading to the intersection near the Holland McDonald's restaurant. Slow traffic on Route 40 to Hanya if you're coming to Pagania, heading to the intersection near the Central Precinct. Slow traffic on Route 4 and 33 in Pagania if you're heading to the intersection near the Atlanta Library. Slow traffic on Route 1 Gardner northbound between the intersections near the Atlanta Boat Basin and the Chief Patrol Park. And now for your traffic advisory for the week from Wednesday, November 27th to Friday, November 29th between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Motorists are advised that the contractor will continue to go to work along Route 14B and on the sidewalk into Moon. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, Justin Suarez. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Unity Media, or any of our programs. As we strive to provide quality, professional, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in this conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM from Sunday Guam. Enjoy the show.
Welcome back. Brightside right here on Wave 105. 5:13 in the afternoon. It's like hours away from Thanksgiving, right? Got a release while we're in the break. The Guam Memorial Hospital no longer accepting take care insurance due to unpaid claims. I had to double check, triple check, and quadruple check because I'm like, I swear I had this release. And then I got another release saying that they have resumed accepting take care insurance. And note, this just came out at 5:01 p.m. today, November 27th. Patients holding take care insurance will now be billed as self-pay and will need to seek reimbursement directly from their insurer for services provided at GMHA. This decision follows extensive efforts by GMHA to address unpaid claims with take care insurance. Despite regular communications regarding the issue, Take Care has failed, this according to their release, GMHA's release, has failed to fulfill its statutory and contractual financial obligations to GMHA. Our hospital is committed to providing quality health care to the people of Guam, said Lillian Paris-Pastaris, the hospital administrator. However, the ongoing delays and non-payment of valid claims by Take Care places an undue burden on GMHA's operations and direct risk to patient safety. GMHA remains steadfast in its commitment to the health and well-being of the people of Guam and will continue to work with all other insurance providers to ensure timely and fair payment for services rendered. And so, again, this is a release that came out at 5:01 p.m. today, stating that Guam Memorial Hospital Authority no longer accepting Take Care insurance due to unpaid claims. And so, we have seen this before. I have to go back into my archives, and the last time I saw this was on August 19. August 19, there was a release that said GMHA no longer accepting Take Care insurance. And on August 19, it also said effective immediately, no longer accepting Take Care insurance from Take Care Insurance Company. Take Care members, subscribers present themselves for treatment at GMHA. Such members will be billed as self-pay. It's the same. Despite lengthy and repeated communications, GMHA engaged in with Take Care leadership over unadjudicated and uncontested or clean claims that are past the 45 statutory deadline to pay from the date GMHA submitted to Take Care insurance. As a consequence, GMHA is forced to make the unfortunate but necessary decision, and it can no longer accept Take Care insurance, right? And so, again, that was August 19 when that came out. And trying to look at the time, 2:40 p.m. And then, the same day, August 19, at 5:30 p.m., another release comes out saying effective immediately, GMHA will resume accepting Take Care insurance. More information will be shared tomorrow in a news release, right? So if we look at this, at August 19, when this release came out at 2:40, then a little under 3 hours, a release states that they fixed it. So then this release comes out, like GMHA said that they would put out another release the next day. So August 20, this release comes out, and it says GMHA received the payment from Take Care Insurance Company in response to the press release sent out by GMHA announcing it would no longer accept this insurance. GMHA is pleased that Take Care immediately responded in good faith by hand-delivering a payment yesterday. Said Lillian Paris-Pastaris, hospital administrator and CEO. GMHA takes its responsibility to the health care of our people very seriously. Yesterday's decision was a difficult one. I am relieved that Take Care recognizes its responsibility and has responded positively. As of August 19, GMHA reinstated its business relationship with Take Care Insurance Company continuing to accept take care insurance from its subscribers from the services of GMHA. So, again, this release that came out on August 20th showed that when this last happened on August 19th, they put out a release around 2:30, and then around 5:30, they put out another statement saying they again accept and take care. Now, seeing this today at 5:06 p.m., I don't know what we're going to see because, 5 o'clock, yeah, the hospital stays open past that, but will there be anybody to accept a hand payment, physical payment, somebody walking over payment to, again, allow take care to be accepted at GMHA? I don't know. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving, too. When is Black Friday? That's a holiday, right? Maybe there's somebody in the payment office over at GMHA that will be there to take the payment. We'll see. But I'm just going back to the past releases based on what we've seen in the past on this situation between Take Care Insurance and GMHA. So hopefully it all gets resolved soon. Joe Malik is on the line. Hafa Adai, Joe Malik. Hey. Are you stuffing your turkey? Somebody else is going to stuff your turkey tomorrow. You did?
Yep.
How big?
Pick it up for me.
Big enough to put in a pot and with some coconut milk?
Yeah. But no, I'm going to fill it with the coconut first.
Okay, make it bigger.
No?
Yeah.
To get the portion on the inside.
Oh, I heard about this. Tell me more about that. Educate me more on this.
Okay.
I've heard
this morning going home.
Yeah.
And the coconut crop was right at the middle of the highway. Right by the transfer station.
Yeah.
Close to the bus stop. And the little boy was yelling to the mom. When the coconut comes to slow down. And I got down from my pickup truck and step on it first. Then I grabbed the picture. Then I showed the mom. And I asked the mom, whether you want it? He goes, no. So
it's yours now.
But I get closer so that the boy can see the coconut.
Yeah.
And I show him.
But educate me more on why do you have to feed the coconut crab before you eat it? What are you trying to get out of it? You said poison?
Yeah, you gotta what's called that because you don't know what this animal will eat.
Okay.
So the best thing to do is put the coconut so that give it time so that it digests the person. So I put it on the 55-gallon drum to make sure it stays inside with the coconut. So I'm going to check tomorrow whether this thing is still on the 55-gallon drum. If it gets bigger, I'm going to boil it with coconut milk.
Yeah.
And the long beans.
Okay. Yeah.
And what's called this? There's another vegetable that put on.
Pumpkin chips?
The tomato leaves, the new one. The box of the tomato.
Okay. What was that? You said something else?
Yeah, pumpkin chips.
Pumpkin chips, right? It's good. Yeah. Okay. Hey, Ramirez, I wanted to ask you, right, because we were talking about yesterday's promotion. 37 police officers were promoted to Officer 2, right? And then we had somebody WhatsApp us, and because Chief Stephen Ignacio said, some of them have been waiting decades, and so decades, at least 10 years, they've been waiting to be promoted from Police Officer 1 to Police Officer 2. And so somebody on WhatsApp goes, why so long to get promoted? And so maybe you can kind of educate me and our audience too as to, did you usually have to wait 10 years? I don't remember. So I know my dad, when I think about it, things moved slow for him, and then all of a sudden fast. Like he was a regular police officer, and then all of a sudden, not all of a sudden, like it took a while for him to get to sergeant. But then once he became sergeant, I feel like 2 weeks later he was lieutenant, and then 1 year later he was captain. And then it took a long while after captain. But how does that all work between Officer 1 and Officer 2? Does it take 10 years? Tony?
No, really, it's just how many vacancies. One of these guys, they're retired. So the chief has to replace all those officers that are retired.
There's only so many Officer 2 positions.
Yeah. Well, it depends on,
you gotta wait for them to get promoted, and then you gotta wait for the old fogies like yourself to talker. Hey, you put on us.
They'd rather stay around for them because it all depends on how much mortgage they have to pay. They stick around for a while because you see every 2 years I believe they give you an extra bonus. So if you work overtime, either they give you a compound. That means day off.
Yeah.
Or overtime pay.
Overtime's way better.
The last 2 years of your service that you're ready to retire, right?
Yeah.
You take into the retirement division and take how much is your annual income. Now, if your annual income is over your mortgage and you still have extra money, your retirement then go up, you can retire at 35 or extend to 30 years.
Yeah.
So the more money, the more overtime you make, more money, more it takes money to pay everything, the mortgage and
Yeah.
And that's how it works.
Thanks for that.
The retirement, that's why they give them years and years to stay in the retirement.
And that's why we also have to reform the retirement because you guys are getting some really good deals. And wait a minute, we're running out of money. We got to reform the retirement program.
The last hourly pay I make on my retirement was $16.75.
That was good then. Peanuts now.
You know how much I paid my house mortgage at that time?
You don't need to tell me. That's private stuff.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
It's already $300 a month.
Heck yeah. Now you made me angry. Now I'm angry.
$1,500 a month.
Oh, more. You're making me angry with this $300 a month mortgage.
I was telling my son, Why? Because I gave my house to Mark, my old world. And I told him, I said, hey, I paid this up. Okay? So it's up to you what you're going to do with your extra money.
Yeah. That's a
you don't
blessing.
have to worry about the mortgage payment. This is paid up.
That's a blessing.
That's maybe 2001.
Yeah.
Rather than not, I pay up. Because this is what I do. Let's say I pay $300 a month, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the extra overtime pay,
Okay.
I put in an extra amount, like $200.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's up to your own paid off.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
That's what you need
Yeah.
to do.
I don't know why you're complaining. You had it so easy back then. I'm kidding, Joe Molly. I'm kidding. You know I love you.
Your dad knows how time operates. You know, like I said, over time, that is your extra money, the extra income. It's not your regular income.
Right, yeah.
That's the reason why some of those guys are still hanging around because they make more money.
And it's all their fault. No wonder why people are waiting over 10 years to get promoted. Hey, Joe Malik, thank you so much for always just, I'm grateful and thankful to you and your family. Thanks for calling all the time and just being part of this Wave family. Really appreciate you.
No problem.
Yeah. You are one of a kind. You are very special.
Every now and then they ask me how it's going. I was completely
You're very special to us. I gotta run.
Okay.
I gotta run, but again, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Yeah. Happy Thanksgiving. I'll talk to you Friday. Please call me on Friday. Okay? It won't be Black Friday. It's gonna be a donut if you don't call. Don't me. Okay. That's what we're gonna do now. We're gonna change it to Buttness. All right, we'll take the break. 12:31 in the afternoon.
How much did you pay to see a college football game between two old rivals?
The Texas Longhorns face Texas A&M in college station this Saturday. The game is a revival of one of college sports' most storied rivalries. That was the last time the two teams played each other 12 years ago. So just like everything in Texas, this game is big. And the matchup is now the most expensive regular season game for a college football game or the NFL. The average price is $1,079 per ticket. The previous record was for when the Buccaneers visited the Patriots in 2021. They went for an average of $912. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Australia's House of Representatives has approved a bill banning children younger than 16 from social media. TikTok, Instagram, and other platforms that fail to keep kids out will have to pay big fines. Michael Wallace, CBS News. If you want to file taxes or end up with the IRS, this is important news. You know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt. Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have absorbed over $1 billion of tax debt to their claims. One call to Optima to start the process. Helping degree your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. You celebrate this holiday season with a gift for everyone. Such as a $50 gift card at Chili's and receive a $10 refund from yourself. Give a gift, give a gift. At Chili's, more value and memories for you. Hafa Adai, Guam, Mon-Fri, I hear, and you tune in to that talk show every Wednesday from 6:40 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the wave of conversation where this body and all this represents and benefits for you. Only on wave 105.1 FM.
Now it's that time for your last rodeo traffic report here on the Brightside. Heavy traffic on Route 8 and 19 if you're heading through the intersection that leads to East Sunset Boulevard. Slow traffic on Route 1 north and southbound if you're heading through the intersection near the HCC building. Heavy traffic on Route 8 and Linen if you're coming from the intersection on Route 1 heading through the intersection in front of the Guam Airport. Heavy traffic on Route 1 northbound if you're coming from the intersection near the John F. Kennedy High School in Dominion up to the intersection that leads to Route 16 on the Edo Wendy eastbound. And now for your traffic advisory for the week from Wednesday, November 27th to Friday, November 29th between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Motorists are advised to contact or continue shoulder work along Route 14, San Antonio, and Dominion. During this time, expect minimal rain shifts and intermittent rain closures. And that is a real good traffic report here on the Brightside.
Welcome back to the Brightside right now. We want to 5:37 in the afternoon. We did get the link to the governor, Governor Lieutenant Governor's Thanksgiving message, and so we'll share that with you. We'll share that with you right now. Again, this is the Governor of Guam and the Lieutenant Governor of Guam with a Thanksgiving message.
As we celebrate Thanksgiving, we are reminded of the public wisdom in the Lord and the importance of gratitude and compassion. Let us reflect on the freedoms we enjoy, how we can freely express our opinions, how we can freely educate our children, and how we can freely practice the religion we believe. As we enjoy our peaceful hour, we extend our different thanks to you. Kindness and generosity make it a truly special taste
supporting one another and reflecting the community where the spirit of giving thrives. Your faith passes, strengthens our faith, and enriches the lives of all of us who witness.
This weekend, as we gather with loved ones, let us also open our hearts to those who may be sick, showing compassion with our neighbors, with a small kind word, open home, or a simple act of generosity. Brings us closer as a community.
Together with this family and with everyone on the line, filled with hope and support that provides who we are as an island family.
May your Thanksgiving be filled with gratitude, peace, and a joyous gift. Happy Thanksgiving, Guam!
Hey, we're not the only ones that use that royalty-free music. Happy Thanksgiving once again. And as we, do this season, we definitely enjoy Thanksgiving with family and friends, and we spend all of our family and friends' money the next day. Black Friday. Then we got the weekend, and we've got Cyber Monday, right? Cyber Monday is the Monday after Black Friday, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's that. And then it's full speed ahead to Christmas. Like nothing holding us back anymore. We're all on board, right? Because I'm on board. You don't have to tell me twice. I will celebrate Christmas in April. I will play Do They Know It's Christmas in April. If you let me. Christmas in July. I love it. I'm on board with that. And then September 1st, let's go. Christmas. Let's do it, right? And then people are still saying, no, hold up. We still got to celebrate Halloween. I'm like, okay, fine. But one of my favorite movies is Nightmare Before Christmas. And that's a Christmas movie if I've ever seen one, not a Halloween one. So I celebrated both at the same time. And then, after I'm like, all right, November 1st, it's time for Christmas. I'm like, no, hold on. We got to celebrate Thanksgiving. I'm like, we don't even have 4 seasons here in Guam. What is up with these yellow and orange leaves? We don't have them. But I get it. And this is a time to really embrace your family, your friends, your coworkers, and just to be honest with you, your fellow human beings. We have a lot to be thankful for. All right, and so we will do that. We will fully engage, and then 6 a.m. Friday, where are the bills? I want the bell butters. Okay, and so with that, this is the perfect transition into another release from the governor's office as the governor's Christmas parade returns with the colors of Christmas. Today is like a governor love fest. Well, to be honest with you, send it our way. I will share it. I don't care. I love to share whatever the administration's putting out, the governor's putting out. If it's important, so we share with the community. Absolutely. The Attorney General's office might have lost our email. I don't know. But every now and then I find some releases from the Attorney General. I'll share it. I love it. Anybody, to be honest with you, share away. We'll send it our way and we'll share it. And so for this one, the 2024 Governor's Christmas Parade set to bring holiday spirit and Island Pride to the heart of Adai, Thursday, December 12th at Center Plaza. This year's theme is the colors of Christmas, which promises a vibrant celebration of the season, highlighting the diversity that makes Guam unique. Since its debut in 2022, the Governor's Christmas Parade has grown into a signature event of the Leongo Economic Administration, becoming a cherished tradition for families and the community. The event complements the annual Christmas light display at Skinner Plaza, offering an unforgettable evening filled with festive sights, experience, and a spirit of giving. The festivities kick off at 6 p.m. with the parade set to begin at 7 p.m. alongside floats from the government or Guam agencies. The public is encouraged to participate by entering their own creative floats or hosting a booth. Christmas, this is a statement from Governor Leon Guerrero. Christmas is a time to come together as a community, and this parade is a testament to our island's unity, creativity, and festive spirit. We invite everyone to join us as we light up the capital city with the joy and beauty of the season. The Lieutenant Governor said in this release, this event is a reflection of the warmth and generosity of our people. The colors of Christmas remind us of the diverse traditions and vibrant cultures that make our island so special. We're excited to celebrate with our community and welcome everyone to participate. Those interested in participating in the parade or hosting a booth are asked to register by December 6th, and I'll just give you this phone number that you can call so you can get this actual link to register. The number is 671-735-5010. That's 671-735-5010 or 671-475-4624. I'm just going to take this link. I'm going to give this to Issa. And I'm just going to give you this whole thing right here. And then we can place this. Actually, I'm just going to do it myself. I'm just doing it myself. There it is. Those interested in participating in the parade or hosting a booth must register by December 6th. And the link is now on today's Brightside show, Wednesday, November 27th. And then I also put the phone number 671-735-5010 or 475-4624. Our friend Trina over at GCC also shared with us the flyer of the Guam Community College Christmas Bazaar, and this is happening both days, November 29th and November 30th, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the GCC Multi-Purpose Auditorium. Proceeds from the vendor fees will go towards GCC's student scholarships. Yeah, I think it is really cool. There's a number of local brands that are part of this whole Christmas Bazaar, or Black Friday, Guam Community Christmas Bazaar, both November 29th and November 30th. Some that I recognize and some new ones. Some, to be honest with you, it's all very exciting to see. And they're selling Scentsy, they're selling Tupperware, but then also you've got these other local brands, Step and Style, Cute Stuff, that's an actual brand, local brand. Pensuda and Samoru, a local Guam artist. There's a local artist that's called the Bone Carver, and so much more. Papers and Books Emporium, another local entrepreneur. So here's an opportunity to start your Christmas shopping on Black Friday at the Guam Community College. Perfect way to buy local, especially for the holiday season, November 29th, November 30th. I don't have in front of me, but I do know that the Greyhound Park is doing their Christmas Bazaar. I think this Saturday also. So, yeah, you can just like how you go around Friday to like all the stores, just same thing, If you don't have the opportunity to go to Guam Community College on Black Friday, you have Saturday, November 30th, and then you can go to like both of those bazaars. The schools start to do them as well. Those are like my favorites, to be honest with you, like going to these kinds of bazaars. The one at GCC, St. Paul's has a really good one. St. Anthony's has a really good one as well. You know, they really, you know, the local businesses, that's where you'll find them around this time. And to be honest with you, the more, the merrier, you know, because some days you're doing something else. And you're always thinking, oh, I have next weekend to go Christmas shopping. Oh, sorry, I missed this bazaar, but I know that there's bound to be another one the following weekend. So I just have to cultivate, I just have to curate a bunch of flyers. So now's a good time. I missed a couple too. Like, I missed the one up in, I know Attorney Pete was talking about the one up in Hafa Adai. I missed it. I did plan on going, but there was, we had family in, and we really had a lot of other things planned, and so we weren't able to get up there. I also wanted to go up to Organic Heights over the weekend for the Summer Farmers Market. You know, unfortunately, had to miss that as well. But you know, things are starting to clear up where we can start working those out as a family. 5:50 in the afternoon. Like I said, there's a couple other things too that I wanted to bring up if we had time, but I think I'm going to save some of them for Friday, because to be honest with you, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. I don't know what I'm going to talk about on Black Friday, but so I'm going to save something. Like, we'll see. Hopefully they cleared up the issue with Take Care and GMHA. Like I mentioned, around 5 o'clock, we got a release from GMHA stating that they're not going to be accepting Take Care insurance. Patients with Take Care insurance will be billed as self-pay and will need to seek reimbursement directly from their Take Care insurance for services provided with GMHA. And so again, when you read the release in depth, it says because GMHA, this follows extensive efforts by GMHA to address unpaid claims by Take Care insurance. And the last time this happened, it took under 3 hours for another release to come out and say, all is well now. So hopefully by Friday, something like that, we have something to share from GMHA or from Take Care stating that things have all worked out by then. If not, we'll keep you updated for sure. We'll continue to track that one. But then also the congressman also put out a release on a package of a House Resolution 837. And so, again, I was saving this for Friday and just briefly. Basically, this is a release stating that the House has passed Congressman Moylan's House Resolution 837 to affirm the partnership between the U.S. and the Philippines. Late last week, the House of Representatives passed this resolution. The measure would reaffirm the partnership between the United States and the Philippines, which has existed for over a century. And I'm going to take a deeper dive into what is going on in the Philippines, too, amongst their government. I don't know if you've seen this, but the president and the vice president are, like, basically, the vice president is on record. Vice President Duterte, the sister of the former president Duterte, was on record saying you could take out, you know, that she's got some people that are ready to take out the president of the Philippines. And anything happens to her, because she's getting word, she feels like there's an assassination attempt on her from the president. And so I was watching the media, even I went to go look for local media there just to make sure this is what their own local media is reporting on, and sure enough, there are reports stating that. So that's something too that I was saving for Friday. But yeah, so just want to just learn some things up so we have something for you when you tune in, and appreciate the phone calls as well, right? Those are my favorites. The conversations that I have with the community are my absolute favorites, and so we'll be here. Patty Arroyo, Mornings with Patty, will be here on Friday morning, 6 to 10, rolling with dice, as usual. And the Quintos may or may not, because, they're a government agency. They got the day off, so I totally understand if they want to take Friday off. But we will have the Maximum Millennium music and we'll have that whole presentation ready to go early all the way up till Ethan and I will be back in the saddle to do another Brightside show from 2 to 6 right here on Wave 105. Also, don't go anywhere because we've got Vet Popular with Uncle Johnny and his Admiral and Bobby ready to do a Thanksgiving Eve Vet Talk show where they talk all Veterans Affairs and Veterans Benefits and how they can assist you. So don't go anywhere. A very short 30 minutes. Around 6:30 is when that show will start, right?
Yes. Also, too, for Uncle Quintos, they won't be having their show this Friday.
Yeah.
So Friday next week, they'll be having their show on a Thursday night.
Okay.
At the same time.
Okay, so 10 to 11 on Thursday.
Yes.
Okay.
And then no show this Friday.
Got it. All right. And then, I did have Cody, right, of the University of Guam. He has lined his schedule up for 4 p.m. on Wednesday. Today is Wednesday, but he's off island. So we're going to start that up, and it will be full on, every Wednesday at 4 p.m. We will have Orden tomorrow, where a whole hour of Cody hosting that hour, all in tomorrow. So you're wondering, oh man, you guys did it last Wednesday, how come you're not doing it this Wednesday? He's off island, and so when he comes back, we'll be back to do that again next Wednesday. 5:56 in the evening. I wanted to leave this the last couple minutes for you, Lisa. Yeah, I wanted to give you the opportunity. I'm very thankful, very grateful for you.
I'm grateful for you too.
You really have done this in such a short amount of time. You've really been able to take the reins and drive over there behind the glass and be our producer. Very proud of you.
I'm proud of myself too. This is my first time ever doing this. I'm grateful for you too, Paula. Thank you for always bringing in the guests, having the interviews, sharing the news to the community. Because before you, I wasn't really listening to the news because it's not that I didn't care, it's just because we take interest to know about these things, right? But being here on the show really shows me a different perspective that, yes, it's scary, but it's very important that we know these things, right? And I'm sure I'm not the only one out there, and I'm just really glad to be here. I'm glad to meet new people. This is such an experience. It's fun, and I never ever dread coming here. I love coming here.
That's good. And I can't do this without you. So I'm so grateful that you've not only taken on the responsibility, but you're doing such an amazing job.
Thank you so much. That means a lot.
And also, I don't want you and I don't want our audience to ever feel like they have to agree with what I'm saying. Like, form your own opinion, form your own your own thought process on some of these issues, and it doesn't have to align with my perspective at all, because that's not what I want to do. My job is really just, here's my take on some of these things. I can only share you my perspective, but I try to do my best to give you the information, and then it's up to you. It really is up to you to decide how you feel about some of these issues.
Yeah, and it's really nice to have listeners call and speak about how they feel and what's their take on it. So it's very nice.
Yeah. All right. 5:59 in the evening. Happy Thanksgiving, Lisa.
Happy Thanksgiving, Polly.
We will do this all again on Friday. Don't spend all your money. Brokey. I think I'm going to be brokey in like 2 hours, and I'm not even the one shopping, too. I'm gonna watch my account. What's that song? What's that? TikTok trend or whatever? I gotta find the sound bite. No, there's this one where it's like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 4, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 2, 1. Basically watching your money just disappear within like the hour. Yeah. Anyways, I totally ruined that too. But we've got 4 hours to redeem ourselves on Friday. On Business. Join us then. Everybody get home safe. Be kind to each other, especially out on those roadways. Yeah? We are KTUM FM in Higaini, Guam.
MFM, Guam. The sound of Guam.